Totally. Unless my mic on the system. That's a mic.
uitvannak, sugide.
Two, one.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, too.
So cishe le ngoma. Cishe le ngoma. Kodwa esimfakile lapha. Uyabuta kufele wena. My name is Lucky Khatebe. I'm 25. I'm living in Township, Alexander. I'm not working. I'm doing traffic. I'm helping people in Revonia control the traffic. And when in the morning I wake up, okay, let me do something. Make some people nice, can help me. I'm coming there in the morning. Bath, come here, help some people. Get here 9 o'clock until 12 o'clock. Going back to school to finish his matric. Yeah, I want to start my life again. I'm praying to God, give me that job I was needing. Going back to school to finish his matric. I want to start my life again. I'm praying to God, give me that job I was needing. Is anyone for cleaning or for what? I can clean, I can do anything, I can cook. Teaching some kids about life, about drugs, what drugs doing to them. It's fine too. I hope.
Yes.
big things, a job, future life. My name is Lucky Khatebe. I'm 25. I'm living in Township, Alexander. I'm not working. I'm doing traffic. I'm helping people in Rivonia control the traffic. And when in the morning I wake up, okay, let me do something. Make some people nice, can be happy for me. I'm coming there in the morning. Bath, come here.
My name is Meeting Matsiburi. I am 29 years old.
Hayi khona. La. No, ngawubuyela la mina mangicela. It will be just for the nendala mangicela. Yeah, mase sidiscuss ngohlala phasi. Mase ngidiscuss sizohlala phasi kwenye lo ndawo. Sheshe ukhuluma. Good morning. Good morning, colleagues. Ngiyabuka lapha ukuthi i-meeting yethu itabe i-live. Now, kutaba kuhle kusinakuvela emakhaya. Kuvele le room kugcwele kungasi empty kanje. I know I come early in church. I come early for meetings. I was here an hour before. Ngoba ngisuke ngifuna le city le kahle. So nivene mangihleli ngihlala enye city kulula nekungibona mangekho ngoba ngihlala kenye city. Asengiphuta kufika nakwenza sekuhlela umuntu. Abolo kahle ukuthi niyangiva ukuthi ngicela. Sengivele ngiyabona ukuthi this meeting will go very very well. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Cela nje sonke lesingemuva manje sibuyela ngembili sivayithi ikhala ngembili as long as ngasi isikhala sa PS ngicela sibuye sihlala ngembili. Those that are going to come later are going to sit at the seats behind. Thank you.
All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Tulile Sifonza from the Eswatini Public Procurement Regulatory Agency. Allow me to introduce to you Mr. Motiwendroza Matsebola, who is the Eswatini Public Procurement Regulatory Agency Chief Executive Officer, and will be the chairperson for our session today. Mr. Matsebola brings nearly 2 decades of extensive experience in the public sector with a strong focus on management strategy, local economic development, and public procurement. He has diverse qualifications, including an MBL, an MSc degree, and specialized qualifications in project management, enterprise development, and public-private partnerships. Underscores his commitment to fostering sustainable development and effective governance. Under his leadership, the agency is dedicated to ensuring that procurement processes are transparent, efficient, and responsive to the needs of our nation. In today's discussion, he will assist in ensuring that the challenges faced by our health systems, supply chain, and explore sustainable solutions with the aim to improve the availability and quality of essential medicines and pharmaceutical supplies in our public sector. Mr. Matsebola, over to you.
Thank you, Tulile. Thank you, colleagues. Welcome. Before we go very far with our meeting, may I request Mrs. Funza to open this meeting with a prayer for us.
Okay, shall we pray? Father God, we just want to thank you for this opportunity, Lord, that you have availed to us. We thank you, Lord, for your protection, that you guided us. You protected us, God, and led us here. As we start the session, oh God, today, Father, we invite you so that all the deliberations, Lord, and engagements that we'll have today, oh God, Lord, that will lead positive outcomes, oh God. They will be geared, Lord, towards improving, God, the health sector in the country. Father, we pray that as we enter into these discussions, Lord, you bring us in unity. Usende maloslo ingcwele sebeng labo labata ukhuluma ngelivi linye bavane, oh Lord, that will be towards siphume nema outcomes that will actually improve the health system. Father, we pray that as we are about to further dwell into discussions, oh God, you be with us, oh God, in this house. Umoya wakho ube khona ngaphakathi kwethu babe connect deliberator ngeluthando ngehloniphana maloslo ingcwele. Father, we pray in the mighty name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Amen.
Amen. They had requested me to stand over here. Now I'm trying to think how I'm going to do this. No fundo. Ngicela ungile lapha ku laptop. Who has the nice handwriting in the office? Not Mr. Ngwenya. Thulile ngicela ungitile ngala. Ala, nifuna ngicela ungiyele lapha. And then we are just going to go through the initial discussions before we start our dialogue. First of all, I would request that we just establish some rules for the meeting. I have some that I've already drafted, and then we will proceed. But before we get there, may I have the other microphone? Just go and sit over there. The other microphone, so that we start by introducing ourselves. I'm looking, not because I disrespect Mema Kakula, but if we start this way, we'll go nicely around the room.
Siyabonga, Chair. My name is Mangaliso Dlamini, Director at eMedical.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Ngosnati Dlamini from ASD Medical.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Prashant, Managing Director from Artemis Pharmaceuticals.
My name is Dave Melvin. I'm from RGCO, now HealthMed Eswatini.
Cohen Fortune from Farm Industry.
Cindy Stankati from Avoma Group.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Dibuile Mtetwa from Farm Medical.
Morning. Busisiwe Dube from UPD.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Nomsa Ngomezulu from Afrox Eswatini.
Ngivusele yendlini ngivele Ngwenya from ESPPRA. Thank you.
Sanbonani, ngingluwi ngwaka Max from Eswatini Competition Commission.
Good morning, Nondobeko Lamini from Eswatini Competition Commission.
Sanbonani, Ngosingphile Dlamini from Central Medical Stores.
Sinvusele Ngisindi Mamba from Ministry of Health.
Good day. Nelsie Vlagati from the Ministry of Health.
Good morning. Gositini Masina from Ministry of Health.
A very good morning. My name is Love Momakakola from the Ministry of Health Procurement Office. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning colleagues. I'm Behlule Ndlela, Legal Officer in the Ministry of Health. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Simpiwe Kininza from Swazi Farm.
Good morning, everyone. Bongose Mabuza, Artemis.
Morning, everyone. Nogwazinza Banzaba from VNH Group.
Thank you. We are going to start with our meeting now, but before we go any further, may I take this opportunity to request all of us in the room and those that are watching, or welcome to those that are watching us online as well. May I request that we just take a minute of silence to remember those that have passed on in our hospitals for whatever reasons that could have been or could have been those that we are going to be discussing today. May we? Thank you. From where we are now, we are going to move. The PS from the Ministry of Health requested that we report that he will join us as we proceed. Apparently, the minister, the Honorable Minister of the Ministry of Health is currently out of the country, and he has had to go in and stand in for the minister at another important meeting. But as soon as he finishes the way he's going to come and join us. Myself, I don't need to introduce myself any further. There was an introduction done. We are just going to try now and set the meetings, the meetings decorum or rules for our dialogue meeting. I've just jotted down a few. I don't know if it's a few, but I hope it will be a few. I would request that in the meeting today, we use respectful conduct, which is to mean all participants must maintain a respectful and professional demeanor throughout the meeting, refrain from raising their voices, making derogatory statements, and engaging in personal attacks. We also request that we actively listen, which is to mean participants should listen attentively when others are speaking and avoid interruptions and wait for your turn to contribute. In other instances, you find that when I'm talking, someone is shaking his hand or someone is raising a hand persistently. If you feel like you want to raise a hand or you want to comment after someone is saying something, just lift your hand. I'm going to note you. Let's allow the speaker who's speaking to speak and finish. I will also request that whenever you make your point, just go to this point. We can't be taking a long time. We're listening to one person. Let's give each other's chances. Politeness and courtesy. Use courteous language and address others politely. Acknowledge contributions and show appreciation for differing viewpoints. I'll also request that we use confidentiality and discretion. Let's not divulge sensitive information. Let us not talk about people's names. Also, let's respect time. That one, the first bullet. But let's keep contributions concise now that you are here. No disruptions. Let's please turn off our cell phones and electronic devices to prevent disruptions. We know you're in the health sector, so you can't put off your phones because someone could be in an emergency. But please just put it in silent. And refrain from side conversations or any behavior that distracts the meeting. And lastly, let's please have a constructive engagement. Express disagreements respectfully. Focus on issues rather than individuals. Engage in constructive dialogue, aiming for mutual understanding and solutions. Let's also handle disagreements. If we disagree, let's address them professionally. Where necessary, agree to discuss continuous issues further outside of the meeting. In other instances, siyayibese sithi asiphumele ngaphandle. Asiphumele nje ngaphandle nyalo ndakukhomba mina ukuthi ngibani. Please do that. Just take it outside of the meeting. And then in closing, conclude the meeting on a respectful note, taking participants we'll thank all of you for participating, and we'll make sure that we follow up on agreed actions with professionalism and courtesy. I've been made to also acknowledge the presence of our sign interpreter. He's going to be doing the sign language for us. I did make sure that his CV was proper so that I don't have a judge's situation where I'll be talking about something else and I'll be talking about donkeys and pumpkins and beans. So they told me the procurement was proper. He is qualified. Thank you. Can we go on again, Nofundo? I was hoping before we go any further, that's why I brought the flip chart. And Tulile is going to help me take down the notes. Tulile, no side meetings. Can we please just give me your honest view about this guy? You can raise your hand. Give me your honest view, who you think he is, if he has any powers. Tulile, just give me your honest view. Lift up your hand. Just give me your honest view. You are not judging. He looks like he's wearing a wig from where I'm standing. Maybe you can also see something. He's wearing gloves from the CMS. I thought your suppliers were going to see something. He's wearing a reflector. Can you write to Lily what I've just said? He's wearing a reflector. He's wearing gloves. What else do you see? What would you, looking at him, first impression, we all have first impressions when you saw that picture. Please take this microphone for me. Yeah, thank you.
Chair. The parallel.
He's a para. Tulile, please write, he's a para. Yeah, you can move the microphone. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Just your first impression. Or we all say he's a para. Just one bullet. Do you think he has got any powers?
If he's a parking attendant and you really give him that respect, you will definitely get parking.
But he's
that's his observation. I also have my observation from the.
Okay, let's connect. Let's connect the
Yes.
discussion.
Yeah.
He's a para that will make you park nicely. Yeah, let's just continue the
Okay,
conversation. Yeah, you didn't say that.
Yes.
He said it from
You
his
park
observation.
nicely.
He's a para.
Yes.
You're saying actually he's a para that has got power.
Yes.
Okay. Can we have someone else say something?
With due respect, I can't say he's a para. I would say maybe it's a comedian. He's trying to draw attention of the motorist to listen to him, though he looks like a para, but he's drawing attention. Please.
He's a comedian.
Yes.
Yeah.
Drawing attention.
Paid a comedian, no man, just a retired one.
No, the way he's, I can't say paid. Why I say so? The wig, either it's a weave or what? He's drawing attention, so you take notice of him that maybe he needs special attention.
Okay.
Then the power comes from the wig.
Okay.
His appearance, actually.
Okay.
Then you must listen to him in order to do what he wants to be done.
Okay. Can I get 2 more comments or 1 more so that you can move? Oh, that's all. Okay. Thank you. Can I do this?
My name is Lucky Katebe. I'm 55. Living in Uganda. I'm not working. I'm doing traffic. I'm helping people in Rivonia control the traffic. And when in the morning I wake up, okay, let me do something. Make some people nice and happy for me. I'm coming there in the morning. But come here, help some people. I'm get here 9 o'clock until 12 o'clock. If the insurance people, they come in, like I'll be waiting 12 o'clock until 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock they go in. After 2 o'clock I'm getting in until 3 o'clock. After 3 o'clock they come in another people like those ones. Again they come in. Yeah. After 4 o'clock I'm going home. I'm creative. God give you a talent. He don't give you a talent to steal. Now since my granny passed away and my mom, now I'm starting to change my life to be born free again, to be black Like those ones, like he was literally going back to school, finish his matric. Yeah, I want to start my life again. I'm praying to God, give me that job I was needing. Is anyone, is for cleaning or is for what? I can pick. After 2 o'clock, I'm getting in until 3 o'clock. After 3 o'clock, they're coming another people like those ones. Again, they're coming in. Yeah, after 3, 4 o'clock, I'm going home. I'm creative. God will give you a talent. He don't give you a talent to steal. Now, since my granny passed away and my mom, now I'm starting to change my life to be born free again.
He's a recovering para or para still. He's got power. He can stop the. Yesterday I was in Johannesburg during the rush hour, and I found these guys along the four ways, and they control the traffic. The police are nowhere to be found. Why am I bringing this video today? I'm bringing this video so that we start to have a conversation around who is ESPPRA and why is ESPPRA calling this meeting. Maybe to some of you, Silpara nje. Maybe to some of you, we've got power. But in all honesty, at the end of the day, someone has to direct the traffic. Which is why we're here today. We had to talk to the Minister of Health. I used to work for the Minister of Housing a long time ago. We spoke to the Minister of Health. We discussed. We had heated discussions and arguments, if you want, because we want to engage you today and start to move forward. This cannot remain like this. So each of us today in this room, we're Mr. Hadebe. We have to make sure there is direction on this particular issue around the medicinal drugs and pharmaceutical supplies. Let us make sure that when we start this meeting today, we have got that thinking in our minds that we want this to work. I would request that we proceed now to just make a setup for the discussions today. After my short presentation, we'll probably go for tea, and then after that, the Ministry of Health is going to say something briefly, and then we would love to allow you to also say something briefly, and then we will go into the discussions. We all remember that, I think in July or beginning of August, I can't remember when, you wrote a letter as suppliers to the Minister of Health. And one of the reasons why we are here is to try and have that conversation around that letter and the responses, with the view that from here we move forward and we implement what we are going to agree on. Allow me to just go back and put my presentation. So Nomfundo will help me with the slides. We can proceed, Nomfundo. We will just want to make a brief presentation on the supply chain management in the health sector in general and from an international consultant perspective. Supply chain management in the health sector ensures the smooth flow of goods, information, and finances from suppliers to patients, impacting patient care, operational efficiency, and costs. It involves various processes like procurement, inventory management, logistics and distribution, requiring coordination among manufacturers, distributors, healthcare providers, and regulatory bodies, where ESPPRA fits in. And you can see yourself there. where you fit in. Efficient SCM is crucial for timely and cost-effective delivery of medical supplies, equipment, and pharmaceuticals, while maintaining high standards of patient care and safety. The aims of supply chain management is to reduce waste, non-value adding activities, to increase customer service responsiveness, to reduce cycle time, improve supply chain communication, to improve coordination of effort. Key activities in SCM in the health sector is planning and forecasting demand for supplies, equipment, and medications. Planning and forecasting demand for supplies, equipment, and medications. Collaboration with administrators and clinicians on product selection and standardization, procuring and purchasing supplies from manufacturers and distributors, managing and storing inventory. I think that is where the central medical stores come in. Distributing supplies to various facilities, departments, and locations, tracking and managing product usage. Other key activities include returning, repairing, or disposing of unused or expired items, conducting quality control and testing of received products, analyzing supply chain data to identify potential areas for cost savings, value-adding opportunities, ensuring regulatory compliance as required, managing relationships with suppliers, group purchasing organizations, and customers. Potential problems, which is one of the reasons why we are here. It requires both internal support and supplier willingness. It requires both internal support and supplier willingness. There must be sufficient resources and appropriate systems in place to develop suppliers effectively. There must be sufficient resources and appropriate systems in place to develop suppliers effectively. Maybe while I'm here, can you just allow me to play my last video?
My name is Meeting Matsibure.
Like I said, I was attending the Smart Procurement World Indaba, and at the Indaba there was the lady from Nando's. She's currently stationed in London. She was talking about the supply chain for Nando's, the fact that they never run out of their sources, because if they run out of their sources, there is no mild chicken, there is no mild kotalek. And they are running shops internationally, more than 1,000 shops, if I remember all that they are running. And every day, all their, or maybe not all, most of their offers are available. And this includes supply from the meat to the vegetables to the sauces to the spices, everything, every day, internationally. And Nando's is run from a head office, I want to believe, from South Africa, which is more or less where we are. We are running the medical drugs and pharmaceutical supplies in country throughout the whole 4 regions. I'd want us, just after making that bullet that I was making on that slide, to link it with this video. This is my last video today. To link it with this video, and if you can just listen to this guy. This guy is a supplier. So this guy is UPD. This guy is Rocky Mkoko. This guy is you. But please pay attention to the video, because at some point there is I think it's Jost who's coming in the video, but Jost is Mr. Makakula. Jost is from the Ministry of Health in the context of why you are here. I'm just trying to give you so that we understand the video. Please play it for us.
My name is Meeting Matsiburi. I am 29 years old. I am a farmer and I grow chili. I've got a wife. She cooks me food when I go to my field. She's very slim and I love her. I like to be a farmer because I'm a boss. People do the work and I watch. Josephat is our field officer. He works with us very well. He teaches us how to grow chili.
Last season, he got over 3,000 kilograms of chilies. He managed to buy 3 cows. He told me that he used the other 2 for paying lobola for his wife.
We love very, very much.
So, hey, come on.
Hello. I love this place. I love people in this community. It's a good place. We are able to eat whatever we want. Even the inputs for other crops, even the blankets I can buy. Whatever I'm doing for the future of my family. My name is Meeting Matsiburi. I love to be a chili farmer.
Can stop. Yeah. Thank you. I hope we all figured ourselves in this video, like I wanted us to. Let's go back to the. Mfundo now is showing my desktop. Thank you. I was on bullet number 2, if I remember well. There must be sufficient resources and appropriate systems in place to develop suppliers effectively. Increased collaboration and integration may expose the firm to risk of overinvestment in relationship-specific assets and result in supplier lock-in. Information sharing may expose the firm to loss of control over commercial information, intellectual assets, and distinctive competencies. It may be difficult to measure the effectiveness of our business case for SCM in meaningful ways. There may be problems in fairly distributing the gains and risk of cooperation among supply chain partners. Information sharing may expose. Are we not? Let's continue. I think I repeated this slide. Understanding supply chain risk. Is the supply chain dependent or dominant or specializes or specialist suppliers where failure to supply could disrupt output? Are we having a situation like that in the country? A rhetorical question. Are any suppliers, particularly critical suppliers, in potential financial difficulties that could interrupt output? Which is to mean in the event the suppliers do not have money to buy and supply, are we not going to have our shelves dry in the hospitals? Do any suppliers have extended lead times that potentially impact on inventory or customer service? When do our suppliers supply after they've received an invoice, an order? How many months is the order supposed to be honored, and how long do our suppliers take? Is there a record of poor quality from any suppliers, and are there risks that could arise as a result? How is the performance of our suppliers? Are there any suppliers who have poor schedule compliance? And if so, are they among the suppliers on whom we depend? Are the suppliers who have poor schedule compliance part of the meeting today? What is the state of the supply market? Is our company or ministry taking a large slice of the or is your company taking a large slice of the supply? Are there any tight spots in the supply market that might disrupt output? If we are depending on you, on ICU supplies, and you have a challenge, are we going to be able to have the medicines in our shelves? Are the measures of performance in place with suppliers providing a platform for a risk management and performance improvement program? Is there any performance appraisal done on the suppliers? And if they fail the performance appraisal, what happens to them? Do they come back and supply again? And by the way, we are speaking from the position of a regulator. We are the referee. In the two videos that played, we are Mr. Hadebe, the para, remember? But you are also Mr. Hadebe. But you are also meeting Masukure yourselves. And Mr. Makakula is just. Do suppliers in the market have the capacity and capabilities to plan and fulfill demand? Are they using systematic good practice methods or working hand to mouth? That was the last slide I want us to have. As we think about these, may I request that we just go and grab coffee and breakfast, and when we make it a working tea break, because we didn't start at 9, so that we try and just make sure we capitalize on the time we have until 1. Thank you. I think tea is outside over here. we want you to go back to your businesses on time so that we don't keep you long. I'd request the Minister of Health, if you are going to use a laptop, please come forth so that it's when I will see a connect time. If you're going to use a laptop, yeah, for your presentation, you can just use the HDMI cable. Yes. So Mr. Makula is requesting that we go straight into the discussions. In our initial program, we had planned that the PS was going to set the tone and just give the impression of the Minister of Health why we find ourselves in this situation. And then we are going to go to the discussions. But because he's not there, I may not ask a one-sided question to the suppliers as to why do they think we are here. But we'll still get to that during the discussions. There we are. I think I'll now give the microphone over to Mr. Makakula. He'll introduce himself further, why he has to be sitting in the small round table talking to us, and then he'll take on your letter that you wrote to the Honorable Minister, and he's going to respond to the questions. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Makakula.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. I've been given a new name. Who can guess? Who remember the name I was given? Mr. Joster. Thank you. Please give that man bells. Colleagues, we thank you for making it to this meeting. I am here for the Minister of Health. As mentioned by Mr. Vusi Matsebula, the PS is coming. He just texted me to say he is on his way. So we will allow him maybe to share his closing remarks at the end. Otherwise, we appreciate that you made it to this session. Let me say upfront that we appreciate you. We need you. We are in a journey. I preach. I'm a preacher, like Milton Mkoko. We do preach. So I can talk and talk and talk. But what will guide me is the presentation in front of me. It will make me to focus my presentation. But it's very important, colleagues, that we mention that we are in a journey and let's walk together. I once read from the Bible that when Paul was in prison, he was taken on a ship, and then during their travel in the ocean, they had a lot of difficulties, to the extent that the ship didn't make it. When it was a few kilometers away, it broke. So they had to use the pieces to swim. But they reached there. So we may be having this challenge, but I take courage from the words that Paul said, say, no one will die. Let's all have courage. We will make it. So we are here together, colleagues, to make it happen. The Minister of Health, as the name says, health, it has to provide services. But we need the drugs to provide the services. We need the medical supplies to provide the services. So we cannot get those things without partnering with you. So let's partner together and help each other and work towards reaching there. The mission is, let's have a healthy nation, because there are services, there are the drugs or the health products that are needed. Colleagues, we received concerns through the minister that you were raising to say, in the journey, we have seen these issues as a key stakeholders, as a supplier. We have seen these challenges, and we welcome even the recommendations that you made, because it's meant to assist us as we think. We are a buyer, you are a seller, but we are together. So the recommendations that you made make us think, how do we ensure that the partnership is there to deliver? Some of you have been working with the minister for a number of years. A number of years. It's not today. We have worked together through a number of challenges. There are changes that have been made, when everyone was trying to say, can we make the situation better? So I believe that whatever changes that have been made were meant to make the situation better. But as we make changes, I know sometimes the change is not, introduced correctly, or the change is not fitting all the parties. So changes are there to be made, and then we have put efforts to make the changes understood by all those who are involved. Welcome, Babe PS. I'm already making a presentation on the issues that were raised. We are happy that we are here to be together with the team. Colleagues, as I've just mentioned, that changes were made in a view to make, the arrangements to work. Right on the screen, there is the issue of framework contracts, which was introduced by government, and we believe that government has seen that maybe this will work for government as we partner with the suppliers. This change was introduced in 2021. So before this change, there was a way of doing business. And then the government at the time saw that there is need to make a change. There were reasons for coming to that decision. What we are saying as a ministry, as a current administration, we note this concern, and we found it, there. So for us, as a current administration, we have to find a way of understanding how we can address this issue. Firstly, we have already started, engaging on this issue. We want to understand what led to this change. We understand that it affects your operations, but we need to understand what led to this change. So the ministry, the current administration, has already started to engage and understand. We will further, engage with key stakeholders like yourselves, so that we work towards a lasting solution. What is important for government, for the Ministry of Health, is that we don't want to see the situation of interruptions, in the supplies. So that's why we are saying, as a current administration, we are going to work towards, finding a lasting solution, how this can can be addressed. There is also an issue on the delayed contracts that was raised. Our standpoint is we are saying we acknowledge there was a delay. And we are saying we are putting measures to ensure that the delays in contracting is not happening in future. We experienced a situation where our contracts have to be reviewed, through the government structures, including the Attorney General. Some of you who have been working with the ministry, I think you have noted that maybe there are some changes here and there in the contracts that we have entered into. I can confirm that some of you, especially those who are in tender number 2 of 2025-2026, they have received and signed the contracts, and we are most definite that this will facilitate the payment process, because we need the contracts to be in place before the payment can be made. So the ministry is making a commitment that we will expedite finalization of the contract. We now have a standard contract template, which has made for all other contracts, because some of you are participating in a number of tenders. So for this one, we are using it as a template. Going forward, we will not have those delays anymore. Maybe, Chair, may I request that I do the presentation and then I finish and allow one of my colleagues, the financial controller, to also touch on the payments. We will then allow the House for a discussion. There is also a concern on contract confusion. The ministry, again, it's recognizing that there should be clarity where there are confusion. We encourage that let's discuss. If there's a contract that the ministry tries to enter with you, if there is a confusion, please engage the ministry so that you understand your part. You are not caught off guard to say you didn't do this. By the end of the contract, you are being asked or you are penalized. So we encourage that as we enter into this contract with you, please avoid signing a contract without clarity. Engage the ministry. Even if there are delays, it's better to address it at the beginning than to say, I will see, at the middle of the journey. Let's understand as we start the journey, how are we going to do things? Am I understanding it well, what we are saying? If you are not understanding, let's agree on how we will better handle, the relationship. There is also a question on supplier performance. I hope we've entered into a number of agreements. On this one, let me urge, the ministry needs to have medicines on the shelves. The ministry will give you, as an individual supplier through a contract, an order to say, please go and deliver. Go and deliver. Because we have undertaken the tendering process and you made it through. Please go and deliver. I think maybe due to a lack of a proper word, government or the ministry, if then it comes to say, hey, my friend, you are not performing, I think the ministry is not that wrong. So the ministry is now saying, let's talk about performance from the start. That if you are not performing, what will happen to you? We do have a contract clause that says if you don't perform after these days, this is what will happen. I think the ministry, because it was relying on you, because you've been working tirelessly with the ministry, there were instances where the ministry was lenient in terms of invoking those sections of the contract. So the ministry is now introducing this performance measure as we put up our tenders. So we are saying, if you have not performed well in the previous tender, how can we now trust you in the new tender? I may say this is a new measure which some of you maybe were caught off guard, but it's been introduced to also make you to be committed. So we urge, even if you were affected in a bad way this time, but going forward, I can assure you, we will work well together. So we urge that let's honor the commitments that we are signing, and we urge that let's communicate. Let's communicate. I think communication, from the slides that Mr. Matsebola was presenting earlier, there was an issue of lack of communication. Let's communicate. We are partners in this journey. Let me repeat that. So if I see that I'm no longer working with you, if you see that we have challenges, talk to me so that I don't leave you behind. So the ministry is urging you, partners, that let's communicate. If there are challenges, let's communicate. The ministry will make, I think, regular meetings with individual suppliers to say, let's sit around the table with you. I think we will have this quarterly. Let's sit around the table and understand, how is your performance? Are you seeing it? Are you going to deliver on time? We'll have these sessions with individual suppliers because we enter into a contract with you individually. So we'll sit with you. I press upon, let's communicate. Are there challenges that we are foreseeing that will make you delay the delivery? And make us understand. And we will make you understand that the situation on the ground requires these medicines. We'll make you understand so that you find other means of getting the commodities. Some of you will confirm that during those tables, during those sittings with you individually, we end up saying, is there no partner of yours in the nearby countries like South Africa where we can source a few quantities, so that the situation, it's a little bit under control while we are waiting for the stock that you have ordered or overseas. So the communication, which I am impressing upon, is very important. So we will be engaging you, inviting you for those sittings to understand your performances during the course of the year. I think my colleague from the finance will touch on the payments issues, especially where there is issue of full delivery. Where there is full delivery, my colleague will confirm that the ministry will process your payment on time. So I will leave the part of payments for my colleague to touch on. There were also issues of regulatory and importation challenges that were raised. Again, we appreciated the feedback that was given in that communication, that you see improvement in terms of working with our medicines regulatory unit, which at the moment it's under, is on transition to become a medicines regulatory authority. Maybe there is good progress in this one. Maybe my peers will say something when he makes his remarks, because there is good progress in terms of making it a medicines regulatory authority. But in the meantime, because there was a concern of the role of the MRU, but in the meantime, is the structure that is recognized to assist in terms of quality controls of the products that are are being imported into the country, and in terms of registration of those products. And I think we've been working with them for quite a number of years, and they've been instrumental in terms of your performance. So we didn't bring them today in this session, but there is a strong feeling from the Office of the PS that we arrange a supplier day where we'll be, talking about how do we expect how do you understand how we operate. So today we're not talking about the different sections or the different players within the ministry, so that you understand their role. It's very important that we arrange a supplier day. In that day, we'll be explaining how we do things and how we expect you, to respond. So for today is solely meant to address the concerns that were raised, so that you see that we are committed to the issues that we are raising for us to improve. So in short, that would be the regulatory role of the MRU. There was a question, Chair, that was raised on importation barriers. Well, we felt there is the ministry in charge of this one, like Minister of Commerce, where they assist with import permits, and the ERS in terms of VAT-related issues. We will invite them during the supplier day, so that we get explanation on the roles or on the expectation from the tax administrator as we do business with you in terms of bringing in medicines. The next question is on the issue of payments. So my colleague from the finance will address that one, like the one we raised earlier. You also raised issues regarding on the data bordering on the integrity of the team that we are interacting with as you handle the business with us. We have noted those concerns, and the Office of the Principal Secretary is going to work on it. We took note of what was raised, and we are then coming to say thank you for raising those issues, because the PS sitting in this office, he was not aware. So now that we have raised those issues, the PS has become aware, and he is going to work on that. Structural issues that were raised and recommendations raised. Here, the ministry, with the help of government, is transforming the central medical stores to be a semi-autonomous entity. This is an entity that will bring some efficiencies in terms of ordering, in terms of payments. Some of you deal with private companies or parastatal. The system there is much quicker than what you observe with government. Of course, because they've put a number of controls in place. So the government is still working on putting a number of controls. But once the CMS is transformed, which is the progress is also good, it's promising that we will turn around the corner in terms of that transformation. So the entity will recruit personnel that will make the ministry and the country happy. So there is a strong commitment that that entity is run with some professionalism, is run with a lot of efficiency characters. So we are saying this is going to be a game changer for government and for you. I'm not sure if I will be able to answer the question, what will happen if you have a contract with the government and then there is a new entity while the contract exists. I think that will be addressed at a later stage. There was also concern on coordination that was raised, and you gave us your recommendations, which we will continue to work using some of the recommendations so that we improve. We can't, in this industry that we are at, colleagues, we can't stick to something that is not working. So it's very important that let's understand that if something is not working for us as a ministry, so let's find a way. So you came with a number of recommendations. So the ministry is open to apply those recommendations. Stock out concerns. This concern was addressing the issue of the ministry not doing its operations well. Why is that happening? Why the ministry is not doing it well? There are a number of reasons which are outside your control. The ministry, I think what was said by the PS, he said this is not acceptable. That we lack even internal communication inside the ministry. There was a time where the PS would learn from the media that we have run out of stock certain critical items. So this was not acceptable. Why? What led to the stock out? Why it was not communicated on time? So it's an area we are not happy with. It's an area where we need to put more effort on to avoid such situation happening. Because then you are also affected, because they would say, how come, but these guys, they have orders. How come? Yet the problem was within us. So we have seen this happening, that we run out of stock, and then we have to run even in the middle of the night to see how do we get the drugs that are so critical available on the shelf. Some of you, we call you in the middle of the night to say, is there anything that you could assist with? So it's not an acceptable situation. So the team is committing to improve on this area. This is the last one, emergency procurement. Colleagues, the definition of emergency, I think we have missed it. Emergency is when something that has not been planned or unforeseen happen, that's emergency. We were not aware that there was going to be a breakout of certain disease. That's an emergency. And it shouldn't be daily, it shouldn't look like a daily operation. We've been trying to defend ourselves. Why are we finding ourselves in this position? As we were defending ourselves, we were saying, hey, this thing started when there was COVID. Borders were closed, so there was no stock coming in. Yeah, we are defending ourselves. There was no stock coming in. And when the borders opened, it was scarce to get the commodities. You know, we defend ourselves, bring in even issues of staff shortages, even tools. We defend ourselves. But emergency, by definition, it's when there's an outbreak. So I will urge the suppliers around the table. One of the causes of the ministry engaging on emergency, it's when we give you orders and you experience difficulties to deliver on time. We will find ourselves to say, hey, now we are in an emergency because the stock is not there. Supplier A is giving us reasons. And we understand the reasons they're giving us. So, I think PS emergency, we need to move to the proper definition of an emergency. What we were doing, it was not emergency. We were trying to fill the gap. So we then use the word emergency. But otherwise, the suppliers, I can mention that the last emergency which we did around December 2024, it was filling the gap. Because the suppliers were holding the orders, they were trying to order to their manufacturers, and comes December, manufacturers are closed. What can we do as a country? Are we going to say, fold arms and say, we'll wait for the manufacturers to close? If there's someone who says, I can go and knock at the doors, then the ministry took that route. And colleagues, let me say, the ministry consulted with the key stakeholders in taking this decision. One of the decisions that was taken was that we have our local suppliers, they have contracts, running contracts, and they have orders. Let's allow them to deliver. But now we have a huge gap. We need something in the interim. We can't wait. So the decision that was taken, and I would say this is the last time we do this, PS, because the suppliers here they are committed to say we will deliver our orders. So I'm encouraging, or I'm proposing that let's all say this is the last time we do stock gap filling, because we will deliver the orders on time. Government will not find herself in a position of saying, hey, what can we do now to manage the situation? So it's a situation which was not done well. It was due out of pressure. There was a lot of pressure. So the ministry, but consulted the key stakeholders to arrive at the decisions. I was mentioning that the local suppliers whom we have contracts, we allow them to say, continue to deliver. And then let's look for someone outside so that we don't disturb you. That's why the ministry approaches suppliers outside the country to say, we don't want to interfere with the operations of the local suppliers. Let's ask someone outside the country to assist. And fortunately, those people we approached, they make a meaningful contribution, such that the orders that you were expected to deliver, when it came, we kind of accumulated the stock to the extent that at the moment we are in terms of drugs, in terms of drugs, the ministry is not panicking because there was that gap, and then some of you supplied. Though some of you didn't make it, which we also raise as a concern, that let's all honor our commitments. So in a nutshell, Chair, let me stop here for my presentation, and then let me ask my colleague from Finance to touch on the issues of payment. I'm sure then we will then allow discussion. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome, Mr. Makakula. I think you'd want them to sit here while you continue sitting there. Okay, just remain there. Thanks.
Good morning, once again. I will touch on two issues. The one issue that was raised was the payment risk, saying that there were deliveries that were done without any formal POs, and that was the period, as you think, from 2021 to 2023, whereby there were no contractual documentations, or we flouted the procurement procedures. We used delivery notes to commit government. But on that instance, a government has consolidated all those suppliers who went through this process, and we are committed to say we'll treat each supplier case by case, and you are most welcome to come to the ministry. As some suppliers have already approached the ministry and the processes have started. Although all the ESPPRA and the tender board said they cannot work retrospectively in granting us authority to pay, so we have to find other alternatives. So we'll treat each other case by case. Thank you on that one. The following one was the backlog of invoices. We do acknowledge this issue, and we are committed to say if all documents are there, your payment must be initiated within a month. It should be with Treasury. But there are some instances whereby there are issues of part payments, of which then we follow another process. If things are normal, we'll be able to pay you within a month. Thank you.
Thank you, Financial Controller. Well, colleagues, that brings us to the end of the responses on the issues that were raised. We, as mentioned, we are working with those recommendations that you put, that the ministry should consider. It's work in progress. We will be improving, and some of you will confirm when we do this, the meetings with you individually, that you will confirm that there is progress. The team is committed to see this relationship work for the better of eMaswati. We also asked for the same. You become committed, to honoring those orders. We have requested, I think, in the new contracts that you indicate to us, after how many days, Ghosted? After 60 days, you have received the order. You please communicate. I think communication is very important. So we'll be having meetings now that some of you have received the orders in certain tenders. We'll be sitting with you to say, to understand how far are you with, with those orders. Let's all be committed. That's why I repeat now and again as a pastor in the podium saying, I repeat to say, let's communicate. Let's communicate. We are happy now that we are changing, we are using the Gov emails, which was a concern to some of you, and at first we didn't understand, but then we understood, some of your companies have strict policies. They reject the Gov, they say maybe it's spam. We have received the feedback to that extent. So we'll push to use the government emails, which is official. But let's communicate. Chairperson, this brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mokakule, and thank you, colleagues. I can't thank you more for assisting me proceed with this meeting this far. I'm thinking of how do we proceed with the discussions. Do we keep Mr. Makakula up there? Oh, but Mr. Makakula must keep you there. So you sit there. We are going to have a second microphone. The PS maybe would want to say something before. Let me just give him an opportunity. I'll just give the PS the opportunity to say something, and then I'll allow all of us now to participate in the discussions. If you want more clarifications on the questions that you posted, you are free to do so. I'm also getting WhatsApp messages here from people that are watching on the YouTube video. I'll also communicate their questions to you, Mr. Makakula. PS.
Asbonge, thank you so much, Chair. Let me start by recognizing all the suppliers that are here and the CEO, ESPPRA, thank you so much, and your team. And also to thank the team from the Ministry of Health. Say good morning, Sanbonani. My apologies. I think that's the way Africa starts, by apologies for coming late. I had to take assignment of the minister who was unfortunately out of the country. He could not make it. But I will not make anything formally, but just to share the views of the Ministry of Health so that we all be in sync of what is happening and how much we appreciate this meeting. Firstly, we need to understand that we are in sync, we are interlocutors, we are all one into this thing. That has been the spirit of the ministry. That is not them and us. So when we did the in-depth analysis of the challenges that the country is facing when it comes to medical supply, one of the things which is still a challenging link is the issue of procurement and supply. It's a missing link, as I even talk today. So we then engage as a ministry to do an in-depth analysis of what is causing the shortages in the facilities. And I'm saying this, colleagues, can I just call you colleagues so that I cut all formalities? So that you understand that this is not being vindictive in any way. In any way. Our views are based on objective, in-depth analysis and observations of what is happening. And I'm not talking about supplies, I'm just talking about the current situation on the ground, that time and even now. So what it called for was that let's take a reflection and do an analysis of the past. I worked in health some years back before I moved to nature. 2008, 9, things were not as they are today. Then something happened. So we had to look at the past. And the problem is not us or you. this problem has been accumulative over years. The challenge we have, it has reached the peak, and it's now obvious to the public. That's the challenge we're facing, but it has been happening seamlessly. I mean, for those who probably care about health, we had lots of reviews from Sigelela, Funduzi, Crown's agents, and so on. All these consultants have come and gone. And at the end of the day, we found that the problems are not addressed. If we address, maybe we're addressing them differently. We're not addressing the core issues. So through the office of the minister, I was asked to look at what is happening with the supplies. I'll be short. First and foremost was to look at the end-to-end. By end-to-end, from your orders, supply chain, central medical stores, facilities, clinics, patients, that's the end-to-end. So in each and every block, there is something that we are doing. So it's not like maybe we just targeting procurement. Each and every block, there's an injection that we have to punch to some vein for things to change. So coming to this issue, the issue basically, like it has been said, it is to do with transparency, honesty, trust. I think that's how I told them. It's honestly, trust, and transparency. Maybe it was fueled by all the reports. So there were a lot of bickering, maybe truthful, not truthful. And the bottom line was blame game. This, that. Even amongst ourselves as government, we pay, we're not paying, and so. So we can see that there was a need to address this. So I'm happy I was happy when I got the letter that you presented to my minister. And we sat down with the minister, said, but minister, these are the issues. These are the issues. These are the nerve. This is the nerve that we need to address. So the whole idea now is that let's constructively look at this for the betterment of the end result. The end result is the same. Maybe towards the end result is different. The end result is to help the person who's sick there in the hospital, which could be me and you or your relative. The issue of I'm doing business and so forth, that's secondary, but the end result is the person who is there. So the ministry looked at that. So we look at the supply chain, we look at CMS. I think Mr. Makakula, as I come in, you made a very good interaction about how the CMS wants to be transformed. We have also looked at the movement of the drugs from CMS to the clinics, to the hospitals. We have also looked at the hospitals themselves, that the way these hospitals are run is still effective. So all these things, if you have time, we can have bilateral discussion to say how our hospital is going to be run, how we're going to manage the drugs when they reach the hospitals, how is CMS going to be run, and how we're going to run the procurement. So that is where we are. So one of the issues coming back home, which is key, is the issue of timely, quality delivery of supplies, whether medical or drugs. By timely, we need to get them on time. We can't negotiate that. Quality, we can't negotiate quality. Price, we can't negotiate that. That's what we have to look at. So the spirit was like, we are mindful that we can't sideline the partners that we've been with for years. I think most of you have been wounded with this, but we are not going to sideline you, but we need to engage so that we've got happy partner, happy receiver, happy supplier. So that's the whole thing. So in that process, we need, like he has presented, to be candid, very candid about facts. Where I sit, I'm not operational, but where I sit, I find that we miss this thing from tendering. I think you've mentioned that. We miss this thing from the contract. how we manage the contract. We miss this thing on supply, and then we miss this thing on communication. This is how I looked at it. So this presentation and your concerns, they tie very well with what we also observed. So what is the minister saying? The minister is saying that we need to create such forums. In summary, we, as a ministry, we need to have a very clear strategy on how we communicate with suppliers. I noted with concern that you raised, in some, I'm using a harsh word, the element of arrogance in the ministry. We are public servants. By public, it doesn't mean it's only the public, even the people that are servicing us. We should actually uphold that spirit of being a public servant. So I've spoken to the team. It's something that we are addressing. And secondly, let's appreciate the fact that with all that has happened, with the procurement, the drugs, and the hullabaloo that is happening, it has created stress to you and stress to us. You know the hullabaloo. I mean, every day there's a lot of this corruption, about this and this and this. Everybody wants to talk anything about health. They just move to drugs and medical supplies. And you know that that moves even to the higher echelons of government, whereby things are communicated. And the way they are communicated, you find that you may receive them wrongly, to say maybe they are referring to us. But it's how people perceive it. They've got the right to raise it. So our right is to give them the right information and the true picture of what is happening. But we need to change this narration. The narrative is bad about supplies. It's bad to the Ministry of Health. Of course, then it escalates to the suppliers. I think you know that sometimes we're being accused of receiving expired stock. And I fail to understand it. And secondly, and this one I need to pose, colleagues, there's a high perception of corruption. It is denting us. It's really denting us. My plea is that any perception of corruption, please do report. You can report anywhere. All the platforms are there, even my office, the Minister, the Prime Minister, ACC. By any perception, I'm also using the extreme perception, not even physical, perception of corruption. We need to clean these things so that people know that we are one. Because this corruption, the view is like there are some recipients and the givers. Who are the recipients? Officials. Who are the givers? The suppliers. So it puts us in one basket. So I'm pleading with you that please, if you see anything that you smell, feel, see as corruption, raise it. Please raise it, because the task that we have at hand this coming years is like make sure that the systems are running. And lastly, we do not, I'm saying this because we discussed this at even high level, we are not here to cripple your business, please. We're here to support the businesses. Likewise, like Makagula said, we expect them to have quality service. That's all we need. So I'm happy that you have presented, and my plea is like, let's be as open, transparent as possible. We are not angels. Government is not an angel. Where we are wrong, tell us. We'll reflect and correct. And lastly, the issue of the regulator. The regulator, I'm happy that we are here. Regulator is part of us. If anything is wrong, he's there to correct us. We listen, we put our opinion on the table, and then we take a decision collectively. And I hate this thing of there's a lose, win, win, win. No, it's collectiveness. There's no lose, win. It's a win-win. If I'm wrong, I'm corrected. It's a win-win. Then I know that I've done wrong. If you lose, accept it, I'll correct myself. But the narrative that is put there that no, only ESPPRA would decide, ESPPRA will help us to come up with an amicable, correct solution. So I'm happy that you're here, Babi. We take you as one of our interlocutors, and we are going to be working very closely with you on such matters. Please, man, even if you do wrong, tell us, don't talk about us badly. Nazi will do the same. Because when you step somebody's back, you must know somebody's waiting for your back too. There's so much happening. You know, what I'm hearing from different sources, I would say, I almost gave an example of a friend of mine, but I know this friend of mine, I know that he's, why didn't you call me if you see something like that? And I assure you, let me assure you, the minister's office is opened. He told me that, please, anything that you see, call him. Equally so, my office, if anything that you see that you want me to be aware of, call me. I'll never be tired to talk to you. I mean, most of you who have communicated about this matter, I've tried to address it, and you have helped me actually to even discover some of the things I was not aware of. But once again, thank you for this meeting, and it's not the end of this meeting. Like Magagolia said, we are arranging that we have what we call stakeholders engagement, where we talk openly and advise each other. And we believe that will expand as we move on. And lastly, let me thank ESPPRA for hosting us and for taking this matter very seriously. And I hope that we are going to come with amicable solutions, not a talk show. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, PS. We really appreciate you coming through and making time for us, and also being so candid in your presentation. We can only hope that from here we are indeed going to see some movements. I note though, Gutsi Emaswati, and now I'm sorry for generalizing. I don't like people generalizing, saying men, women, or people from Gutsen. But what I've since noticed is that it's like we are happy when there is a problem. We are happy when there is a problem. Immediately you say, come, let us solve the problem. People don't come. They just want to be there, pointing fingers and everything. We hope, though, that what we've started today, we are not going to renege from it. One of the observations we did with the colleagues from the office is that, yes, we don't have much budget, we don't have much of a revenue coming through, our subvention is very tight. But for us, it wouldn't kill. To even if the ministry cannot afford to make this a quarterly meeting between the Ministry of Health and the suppliers, until we hear that we no longer have issues of not having medicinal supplies in the hospitals. At some point, someone has to do something. I started by playing a video here where we had Mr. Hadebe controlling traffic, because there are some hours where the people from Outsurance or the JMPD traffic police are not there. He comes in and he steps in and he controls the traffic. We don't mind doing that. We've tried to avoid where we're looking at our mandate and saying, but if we come here, we come here as who? But a solution has to be found. PS and Mr. Makakula, who is on the podium, can we now allow our suppliers to say something? We have 1 hour, 30 minutes. I believe the numbers that we have in the room, everybody will have at least 5 minutes to ask a question and get a response to. I'd love all of us to participate. Please ask those difficult questions. Observing the decorum that we spoke about when we started, ask those difficult questions. We need to leave this room with direction. And I need to look at the meeting minutes and see actionables that we can take on and come back after 3 months and say, in that quarter, we've achieved something. I'll ask for someone to assist me with running around with the microphone. You can raise your hand. Only Mr. Makakula will keep a microphone because he has to respond. So my one, I'm giving it out now. Please raise your hand. There are 2 hands over there. So you'll start from this side.
Thank you, CEO and the chair, the peers in the house. May I say all protocol observed. My name is Nkosinathi Dlamini, coming from ASD Medical. Thank you for the meeting that we have here today. And I like the spirit of the meeting that we are viewing everything in the spirit of PPP, public-private partnerships. There is just one point I would love to raise, which I noted right from the beginning. It's in the spirit of trying to get things gelling and remove the glitches that we often have when it comes to the supply delivery of all these pharmaceuticals and medical supplies. It has got to do with the speed at which tender adjudication and award issuance or notice of award happens. We feel as suppliers, when you've got a cycle of 12 months, making a financial year, and then everything has got to be done within that space. Now, once a tender is floated, say maybe it's floated around January of the year, and the financial year of the government starts on the 1st of April. That is good because it is a strong indicator to say the procurement unit, and by extension the Minister of Health, has got a good intention to actually source all the drugs and medical supplies within good time. But the challenge comes in when the tender has been submitted and then it takes a very long time before the adjudication comes to conclusion, and eventually there is that intention to award, and finally the award itself. And it's going to be another time again from the period you receive the award to the period you actually get the purchase order. And by the time the purchase order arrives at us as vendors and suppliers, you find that we've got that little time to actually perform the orders. It's not in all cases, but this we do have those cases where we can say it happened. And to the extremes, it does happen that as vendors, sometimes we receive orders in the month of February, when the financial year of the government is actually lapsing on the 31st of March, leaving us with actually less than 90 days to perform the orders. In a nutshell, we would love to recommend that the process of evaluating the tenders and adjudicating them be shortened. Already we are in a positive footing in terms of the timing of the advertisement of these tenders. The January period, December, January, is actually good, but now the time it takes to adjudicate, that is the next spot we need to take care of. Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning. Thank you, ESPPRA, for this wonderful platform, gathering all together like stakeholders and government to identifying these problems like challenges and queries. Thank you so much for Ministry of Health and team and suppliers. Everyone is here. My name is Prashant. I'm from RTMS. Yeah, thank you so much, CEO, Usi, your presentation is really very impressed. Such things you played, videos and the charts especially. You are thinking even all the perspectives like stakeholders, government and supply chain management, all the perspectives. I'm really happy that there is a lot of things are there. And also when Magagula is discussing about Ministry of Health presentation, many points are there. And also, yes, respectful. PS also discussing that few things like whenever there is a challenges, please come to us. Like let us know, right? So our challenge is like we practically, I want to discuss here practically what we are facing that will be maybe helpful to others, like how we can sort it out. Especially when the tender contracts come out. Magagula said that we are welcoming that. Is there any problems? Yes, there is. When we are doing evaluations, sometimes it's not properly comes. Maybe suppliers wrongly projecting there or pricing and pack sizes. So we noticed when you are sending us contracts, we noticed that. And we identified and we sent back to review it and please revise it. But it's taking a lot of time for us. There we need to be. We recommending that speed process, like maybe if we are raising few things, please look into it. So we faced after they look into it and send us revised contract, but in that, whatever we raised, it was not sorted. And a few price issues like wrongly typo errors, they directly removed that orders. It's awarded us, but if we raising something that it's evaluating wrongly in terms of pack sizes, but you directly removing it means you are reducing our award notification. And also when we raised a few things like supplier problems, it's wrongly mentioned there. It will give us problems when we are going to MRU for listing. According to the tender contract, this item awarded to X supplier, but when we are going to listing, there is Y supplier name is there, we can't submit our documents, then that will give us a problems in terms of MRU listing. So this we really practically facing. Still our contract is under observations. We are raised our emails. We are expecting that replies to them. It was taking time. That is also sometimes give us like insecurity for us. So what's happening on that removed items, what's happening on wrongly listed things. So we recommending that please, the timelines when we are sending emails, the transparency, accountability we are expecting, especially that we are communicating. But the same way accountability is supposed to become us. So it's taking time. We are not blaming, we are not complaining, but the timelines are sometimes disturb us for listing. That listing timelines will be give us the 90 days time limits, like it will prolong for us. So if we awarded the same item, which is problematic in the contract, what decision we want to take? Whether we want to continue, whether we want to be wait for to sort out. So that is really, the timelines are stressing us. There is a lot of processes like when it comes to MRU, I'm really appreciate MRU that last 6 years I'm noticing, last 1.5 years, they're rapidly working and the changes I'm seeing it. Very quicker and faster the solutions are coming with MRU. I appreciate that. But these problems we are facing, we can't explain them what we are facing. They will simply say, please go to the tender board, please go to the Ministry of Health, revise your contract, come back. So it's a procedure. We need to follow this procedure. That's how we are facing issues. Maybe if they are looking into sort out, then we can immediately list it. After listing, there is a lot of procedures are there. So listing also taking a week or 2 weeks times, and also there is a Ministry of Finance. We need to follow the import permit procedures and all. After these all procedures, it's almost taking 15 to 20 days for us to. So then we need to go back to manufacturer. Your product is listed, then you can go for production. Then the next step will come. Manufacturer will ask us advances. There is another problems we are facing, cash flow. So yes, payments when Ministry of Health is sorting out, but there is a lot of things we need to discuss in payments. It's delaying us. Our cash flow is really disturbing us. Suddenly, if order comes, we want to execute lot of cash flow we require. So our old payments, if it is comes in time, then it will be helpful for us to fulfill the new orders. Yes, we understand that we are even not raised any complaints about that. We are patiently waiting for it, and we are communicating. And we are like we have good relations with our manufacturers. Unfortunately, these cash flows and other processes disturbing our relations with manufacturers, especially. So these all things we are overcoming and coming. Then production time and dispatching, transit time, these all when we are considering 90 days is very tough for us to. So everything is happening in order, in time, everything is going smooth, then we are happy. The standards you are requesting, even though PS mentioned, quality, standards, price, and timelines, everything should be matched in time. So process should be transparent and accountability, people taking only, it's possible for us. The new orders, what we are facing, from the first day of receiving orders till now, we never sleep, like we are working every day. We are communicating with government, we are communicating with manufacturers, we are doing all the process. Till now, like many challenges are there in that process. It's not easy for us, but we are explaining, we are coming to. They are communicating with us emails, we are explaining them. We will ready to come there as a supplier wise. If they are calling us meetings, we will tell very honestly. Our feedback is going. So we only requesting that these transparency, accountability, if it is happening and payments are coming in time, we are happy to fulfill the orders in timelines. But sometimes is there like special drugs are there, narcotic and injectables and all. For example, recently, yesterday I'm talking to supplier, carbocysteine syrup. In India, new guidelines came. After many issues in other countries, India decided that any cough syrups, if you want to export, there is certain test need to qualify, certain process is there to proceed. It's a new regulatory. While we are doing our process, new regulatories will also comes. We need to follow. That also sometimes give us delays. We need to follow all the standards. We need to give the best qualities to this nation. That is our ultimate thing. So when we are explaining that things, if they understand and appreciate us, then give us that excuses, we will be happy. Especially narcotic products, like there is a lot of processes from the both countries. Regulatory wise, permits and approvals, and it's required. Within the 90 days, fulfilling narcotic products is very difficult. For getting in India, that permits and all will take like almost a month time for us. Here already from first stage, we need to send permits from this country to India. Manufacturers need to apply that permits again. This whole process now, 60 days up to now. We started from the first day. Still now only we are in process of regulations to approve both sides permits. So only 30 days left for us. We need to manufacture, we need to bring it. So the timelines on certain products we cannot be fulfilled. So please consider those kind of drugs to give us extensions. Our request that it's not possible for us to mitigate the timelines of 90 days. We are doing our best. We want to tell you when there is delaying in challenges, like we are facing many challenges in whole process. It's not like one side. Manufacturer also sometimes face his challenges. In that time, what we are taking actions means, out of all the quantities, some quantities we are trying to bring by air to reach here quickly, and a few quantities we are bringing by sea. It will take almost like 45 days, 30 to 45 days, different timelines. It's a sea transit. So all the things bring by air is not possible because of volumetric. It's not easy for us to match the prices and bring the things. So those things also we are looking into, the emergencies and fulfill how we can sort it out these things. We are also taking our steps. We are requesting government also look into it and help us in that process. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Recognize you, Principal Secretary, members of Ministry of Health, and colleagues. I think to start, it's to appreciate the forum. We are grateful to the regulator for setting up this engagement. I think it can only bring fruitful results. For me, it's just to touch in some parts on what Prashant has already mentioned, and then to also just address the contract. As it is, once we are done with bidding, we obviously enter into a contract with the ministry. And I'm sure we can all appreciate that when we enter into contracts, there are deliverables on both sides of the contract. And when it comes to ensuring that our deliveries are delivered in a timely manner, we face a lot of the challenges that Prashant has already brought up. And so I suppose the conversation needs to move towards how do we structure the contract such that when we sign it, both parties can feel strongly as if they can both uphold the deliverables. So at a very basic rudimentary level, government is issuing orders for which they need delivered in a stipulated time. That's our deliverable. And the deliverable from what suppliers are expecting is that they are paid within a stipulated time. And I think those two things impact each other. And so when it comes to securing the stock within the 90 days as stipulated, it's extremely difficult. As suppliers, we go out and we look for the best possible deal for government, meaning we are trying to bring large volumes of drugs at the best possible price. Typically, that means we have to go overseas, mostly India, the Far East. And it is an extremely intricate process. When we receive an order, and I'll just go through this, try to be as quickly as possible for those of you from the agency who may not be aware of the process involved. When we receive an order, because government orders based on consumption rate, you don't typically have an idea of what will be ordered when. When you receive an order, it's the first time you see, okay, government needs this, 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 it's coming from here. So the first condition that needs to prevail in order for us to begin production immediately is you'd need to issue your own purchase order to your manufacturer, most likely accompanied with a deposit. So the first prevailing condition is you need to have the funds available to be able to place this deposit. As you would imagine, if there are arrears still, it would be difficult to be able to place that order upon the time of receiving it. Once the order is placed, your manufacturer similarly does not have a pre-indication of what will be ordered. So when he receives the order, he also, it's for lack of a better word, a pleasant surprise that, oh, this has been ordered from supplier X. And so the manufacturer now needs to procure the ingredients. When you bake a cake, you need flour, eggs, milk. Just like with pharmaceuticals, there are active pharmaceutical ingredients, APIs, that need to be procured. So we need to hope that either the manufacturer already has the API, but if we give him the benefit of the doubt, because he's unaware that an order is coming, he probably still needs to secure this API. Once the API is secured, we then have to hope that there is space in the production schedule to be able to fit our order. As you can imagine, manufacturers are manufacturing for multiple countries, multiple governments, and they have production schedules that they need to stick to. So we then have to hope, can they slot us in to their production schedule? Producing pharmaceuticals on average would take 6 to 8 weeks, and that's that's sort of the average. Obviously from commodity to commodity it would change, but typically that's what we're looking at. So when we see sort of new requirements that have come out into the contract, and if I may, I'll just read them briefly. It says, there shall be a signed contract between the MoH and your company. Please pay attention to the conditions of the contract. Deliveries on this contract shall be upon receipt of MoH purchase orders based on consumption rate by the ministry. Your company shall send confirmation of placing an order and its acceptance to the appointed manufacturer within 30 days, and confirmation of the production schedule, packing list, and weighbill shall be provided within 60 days upon receipt of that order. Failure to provide this information by day 61 shall lead to the cancellation of the order. Consequently, an order will be placed with an alternative supplier. So, as you can see, it's quite rigid in the way it's phrased. Now, the danger with that is that almost all these conditions, prevailing conditions, need to be perfect for you to be able to meet this requirement. If there is one delay at any point, in all likelihood, this requirement will not be met. And so, it now, CMS the Ministry of Health has given themselves a clear path of recourse. Their recourse is they will cancel your order and they will move on to the next person. As suppliers, the other side of the contract obviously speaks to payment. The government has committed to a 45-day payment cycle. We can all attest that through their best efforts, there are times where that 45-day period is adhered to, but oftentimes government falls out of that cycle. And so the question is now, what is a supplier's recourse when government does not uphold their end of the contract? Because it's not to be finicky and to point fingers, it's that if government decides to cancel an order with me on day 60, chances are I've already paid a deposit, I've already entered into a contract with my manufacturer to procure those goods. If they now cancel, who is to pay for those goods? Where will those goods go? I'm opening myself up to litigation. If I decide to cancel that order, I lose my deposit. And there doesn't seem to be any recourse for us if maybe I was delayed to begin the process of processing an order because I didn't have the deposit. So these are some of the things that are, I think, dangerous when we put rigid conditions that are enforceable to only one party and not to the other. And so my plea would be that we either revisit the contract and put it and structure it such a way that we can both confidently sign it and say we can actually uphold the conditions of this contract, as opposed to what we've been doing, which is that we acknowledge the imperfection of the contract and sign it with the best intentions. I don't think that helps us. It's probably largely contributed to the situation that we're in today. So I think it's important that we revisit this contract and that we engage like we are now in how we structure it. As Prashant has brought up, there are different classifications of drugs. When you're procuring a narcotic, there are different procedures. It should have a different timeline. And so I think that should be the spirit of how we sort of go forward. Can we sort of hone into the nitty-gritties of what commodities are government procuring? What are the commodities where it is completely important that at facility level it is constantly available, so your very essential medication? How can we structure a tender around those very essential medications such that at no point do we have stockouts? And how do we differentiate that from the current tender that we have? Because, like I say, as suppliers, we are competing against each other to give the best possible value and price to government. And so price, once quality has been holding quality equal, price is the ultimate determining factor. And so as a supplier, I'm going out there to try and find the best price to be able to give that deal to government. And so we need to not close our eyes to the implications of looking for the best price, the time implications that come with it. So I think my submission would be, let's not continue signing a contract that we both know both parties will struggle to uphold. And let's look and see what needs to be revised, hone in on the commodities. Let's not paint everything with one brush. We're not buying sugar. We're buying 1,000 products across varying categories, and it needs a lot more focus in structuring these bids. Thank you.
I just want, PS, Chair, Mr. Magagula, just to reiterate what Prashant and Kerwin has said, I just want to give you a little bit of stats. Since we started with the current tender that they're on at the moment, the average payment cycle to me is 74 days. So 74 days is the payment cycle from government, but from when I pay to receipt is 165 days where we have to carry the finances for those goods. And it's tough. I mean, for everybody. The banks are very reluctant to give any kind of financing if you're dealing with government. And if you are, and if they do give financing, they want 5 times the assets as a backup to the side. So it makes it really difficult for all of us, not just me. What I would like to ask is, and Kerwin touched on it right at the end there, the commodities. Why is it that for years and years and years you hear about the department going off for quantification exercises? They disappear for a weekend at a time and they're quantifying. What are they quantifying if when you actually get the quantities, they're not ordering those quantities, or you can't rely on the value of those quantities in the tender contract? Why is it that we can't sit together and you say you've ordered 10,000 amoxicillin for the year? Why can't we plan ahead and speak with the manufacturers and come to an arrangement with the manufacturers that they can put it into their production schedule so that when the orders come, the goods are done? That we're not sitting and we're having to wait for this whole cycle of waiting for the order, going through the whole process, and the MOU has improved dramatically. But it still takes at least 2 weeks from receipt of an order to getting the letter of authorization from the MOU to getting the import permit from the Ministry of Commerce before the banks will release payment for a deposit. Or in my case, most of my suppliers, I've got to pay 100% upfront. So it's a, why can't we sit down and go and say, this is what you order in quarters, in theory, order in quarters. Why can't we plan ahead? We know that this quarter we're having amoxicillin, that quarter we're having amoxicillin, that quarter we're having amoxicillin, and put it into the schedule. At the moment, we don't know what you're going to order, when you're going to order, and how much you're going to order. So that's...
Thank you so much for the comments and questions raised. I wouldn't want to make any comment, but remember, colleagues, we are not sitting here as a regulator at all. That is why we don't even have one person from audit. So the people that are here from capacity building, okay, Mr. Ngonya is an investigator, but today he's here as someone from the capacity building department, which is why I always say when we speak to the Minister of Health that this conversation is more like we're forgetting that we're a regulator now. But in Siswati, we do what we call Singena Endlini kaGogo. We enter the grandmother's house, where we sit down and we deliberate on issues, forgetting my title that I'm the regulator. So I'm appreciating the way this conversation is going, because it's exactly what, as a supply chain student, I ask myself, you know, there's questions that are going to come out on a test or an exam. How would you ensure that your supply chain doesn't have disruptions? Data. You plan, you order on time, you align yourself with the quarterly orders that are going to come through, and you plan ahead. For me, it becomes like I'm sitting down, I'm responding to an exam. That's what comes without even AI. But government is another animal, government works in another way. The good thing, though, is the conversation we are having. Before I give Mr. Makakula and the MoH and the PS the opportunity to respond, may I please welcome the Accountant General to the meeting. Thank you, Accountant General, for coming through. We really, really appreciate, because at some point we play the Accountant General PRO position when it comes to issues of payments. But to have you in the meeting, having left everything else, it really make us feel honored and really humbled by your presence. Thank you, Accountant General Siyabonga. Mr. Makakwa.
Thank you for the comments that we have received, and thank you, PS, for your remarks earlier. You made my life easy. You know, stress but when you walked in, I said, the PS will set the tone, and indeed he did. Yes, colleagues, thank you for their comments. I will ask my colleagues to also help me. There are a couple of issues that we have raised. The first questions or comments from ASD was on the issue of the speed on the adjudication and awarding. We take note of that, and we are equally concerned. But of course, we have to follow, you know, the procedures that are laid down. We are trying to find ways of improving, you know, in terms of doing these processes efficiently. Maybe I can mention at this stage that the Ministry of Health has established its own entity tender board after the regulator, as per the law, has done what is called a workload capacity assessment, which was more on checking on the levels of procurements that the ministry is doing. So those initiatives, which were pioneered by the minister, were tabled even at cabinet, and I got the endorsement from there. So in terms of improving the speed, the ministry is equally concerned. We note that there are those challenges, and to hear you again raising it, it makes us to work with to attend to these issues as a matter of urgency. There was also a question on the release of purchase orders. You know, you get the award and then there are delays. You know, those are the issues that we are equally concerned. Why there are delays in releasing orders? You know, in government you have to follow the procedures, but we are working towards making sure there is improvement in those areas. The question of what does it mean to get orders in February when the year is ending in March is a valid question. It's a valid question, but again, we will. I think these orders, you know, released in February, should happen if we've discussed with the supplier to understand if these orders will be delivered. You know, it's a very tricky question, because the Accountant General will tell us that orders should be delivered in February. All orders will be delivered in February. So what does it mean that we issue an order in February? It's a question that we are also trying to find a workaround on that issue. I think with the comments from Artemis, we're noting you raise a number of issues, which they also touch on the speed in how we're doing things, how we're communicating, how we're responding, the confusion on the contracts or in the awards, which some may be due to incorrectly, you know, placing pack sizes, you know. Some are genuine mistakes, which need to be corrected. So here, please, let's communicate. Let's communicate so that we try to address these things early on time. We know that it will be a process, going back to MRU to now adjust here and there, getting the clearance for the import permit. It will be going to take time. But we emphasize, let's communicate, because some are genuine mistakes. We are humans. At the moment, you are not automated, so it's punched by a person. So it's prone to those errors. The question on cash flow, I think my colleagues will attend to that one. Let me quickly jump to farm industry. I think farm industry touched on the question on which we took note, the question on the product classifications. I think we work towards attending this one because we seem to use one, condition for all commodities. Yes, they are not the same. You see, you make an example of narcotics. They need a lot of approvals, but we seem to treat them like these are the other commodities. I think more was on the contract conditions that are being strict. We need to help each other here. We need the products. Why we bring the strict conditions is because we need to get clear understanding. Are these commodities going to be delivered? We have seen a situation where we work with you, come 90 days, then you tell us, I am unable to deliver. It's not fair. It's not fair. You guys coming and tell us, cancel the orders, 90 days. It's not fair. So these changes are being, introduced so that we have to get a picture. When the minister and the PS ask me, Makakura, the commodity is coming, I should have confidence in my response because I've engaged with you. But again, let's engage on this one. 60 days you are given, communicate. 60 days we are given after we're given the order. I think the issue of a supplier having the capacity to pay, on their manufacturers, I think it's an area which we need your contribution. Because when we are tendering, you give us the comfort that you will be able to supply. That's the comfort that you get. And then we said, okay, I'm giving farm industry, I'm giving Artemis because they've given me some comfort they will be able. It is, to me, it does not connect with the payment of this order. Because I'm placing the order, I will pay you after you've delivered. So it was not connecting, but I understand that maybe we are dealing with you in many tenders, give you many orders. You find that in tender A, we haven't, pay. But again, our take is that you tendered for tender A because we have the capacity. You tendered for tender B because we have the capacity to deliver tender B. That was our understanding. So that's why I'm saying on that end, we will request your guidance on how we can handle these payment issues, because we only pay you after you've delivered in tender B. We don't pay you tender A for delivering tender B. You only pay you after delivering in that particular tender. Thank you, RCGO, for the analysis you've made on the payment and others. The issue of quantification, forecasting, and planning. I think this is an issue that we need to, PS, to sit down with the team internally and find a workaround, because it has come a number of times. This is not the first time we hear about it. Some suppliers in our bilateral discussions, they were raising these concerns that, hey, I stay for a long time without you giving me the order, and I don't know how to plan with my manufacturer up there. Let me stop here, colleagues, and hear the team from the ministry for further contribution.
Thank you, Chair. Mine will be on the payments. Fortunately for me, I have my principal now, so it will be segregation of duties. Okay, what I can say is we are trying our level best to streamline the processes, and we've noted that it takes time for us to pay, but we've committed to the 45 days that have been cited, and the payment process kickstarts when everything has been delivered and the delivery notes tallies with the invoice, then we kickstart the payment process. And fortunately for us, at the Treasury Department, we are prioritized. So we expect to uphold on this commitment. I thank you. May I give it to the Accountant General?
Good morning. Is it morning? Good morning, PS colleagues, CEO, ESPPRA, and colleagues. Mine is on, I think maybe you did not ask this question, the question on part payments. But can I explain it? Can I explain it? Because in some forums, we hear that people think that we do not do part payments, and in some forums they say we do part payments. Can I just explain it? Okay. Indeed, we prioritize, as the Treasury Department, we prioritize drugs. Sitting here today, we have, I think, 2 invoices for drugs at the Treasury. I checked before I came here, and those invoices will be paid on Tuesday. Should we get more invoices before Friday? Okay, if we get more invoices today, when they download today, if we get more invoices, those invoices will also be paid on Tuesday. But downloaded invoices, we have got only 2 invoices. But the main problem is on the part payments. I heard one of the speakers saying that sometimes you use the flight and you use the sea to transport your drugs from the manufacturer to Eswatini. Okay, this means that the payment, you will need the payment, the first payment on those that were transported by air. Then, what my advice, because as an accountant, I have to come with solutions, not with problems. My advice, okay, can I start by explaining that when you get this order, it is important that you get an order. That is the original order, not the emailed order. It is important that you get the original order. You can use the email, the order that you get through email to process your orders, but it is important that you have this original order. When you get this original order, make sure that you keep it safe. And when you have the first consignment and you want payment on the first consignment, please make sure that you write the letter and request for a part payment and attach the original order. The reason being that when we issue these orders, that money is reserved, is committed and reserved for the whole, for that order. If we issue an order for 10 million Emalangen, that money in our commitment system, it will be reserved for that order, the 10 million. The 10 million cannot be used because it is reserved for that order. So when you bring that order back and ask that we cancel and reissue an order that is equivalent to this invoice, we will cancel that order and reissue 2 orders, an order that is equivalent to that invoice and another order. If it's 3 million, we will be able to issue an order for 3 million and another order for 7 million. But if you don't bring back that order, we will not be able to just take a step. So it is important that you have that original order, and when you ask for a part payment, you just give us all the information. Okay, if you have misplaced the order, we accept letters indicating that you have misplaced those orders. But the step, okay, when we get the letter, maybe the PS will sign it, but we need assurance from those that received the 3 million consignment that they have received the 3 million consignment and it is in good order. It is part of the supply chain. Then after receiving that, there is just no problem. We will part pay, we'll cancel the order, issue another order, issue the 2 orders, and then part pay that order. But we cannot part pay it if we haven't cancelled, because the money has already been committed. So we will not have a budget for the part payment. So please just, and it can fit in the 45 days. But the main problem is that, we have to go to this office, ask for what, and then go back to you, and you say you don't have an order, and go back, it takes time. But please just, for part payments, we do make part payments, but please make sure that we follow the procedure. And you are business people. We are also government. Yeah, the way you conduct your business is the way government conducts her business. When issuing petty cash or paying something, as an accountant, our training says that this one has not been delivered. And even with you have to make sure that your supplier has delivered before you pay. So the same thing applies to government. We have to get assurance that these things have been delivered and they are in good condition before we issue a payment. So please make sure that everything is everything is in order so that you are able to pay in time. Okay, and that was on the part payment. And on the orders issued in February, government issuance of government orders was centralized in 2008, but the Ministry of Health was exempted from that decentralization. The Ministry of Health issues her own orders, and drugs are treated as a priority with government. We use a trading account. When issuing orders in February or March or what, the trading account doesn't stop because it is a trading account. So when we issue an order in February, we are able to stamp it and bring it forward to the other year because it is a trading account. We are not using the recurrent budget. We are using a trading account. So when orders are issued in February, we just count the 90 days and maybe give you we stamp it for a late to extend it for another 90 days. So it doesn't affect you. Then the February, March, it doesn't affect drugs because we are using a trading account. Thank you, PS.
Thank you, H. May I add to say there are some exceptional cases where you feel like invoices are not paid. Kindly escalate the matter. As the PS said, doors are open. Thank you.
Can I have the PS would want to say something before we pass over the microphone.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, CEO. Thank you again, AG. Just one issue, which I think I'm taking points for action. It's nice to talk, but what is more important is to deliver. We need to reflect on the issue of contracts. It was everything, I think what you've mentioned was but these are contractual issues. contracts are drafted by people, agreed by two parties, signed by two parties. So my take is like we need to look at the contract design from the beginning, because like you have said, Maggie, accountant, my job is simple: stick to the paper, stick to the rule. If the paper say yellow, it can't be blue. If the contract says this, I have to stick to that. I think most of you have seen that when you go to Parliament, there is no sort of no, stick to what you agreed on. So I'll suggest that we look at the contract itself. The contract design is very important. Contract management is also important, very important, because we can't change anything when you are right in the middle of the sea. So I'll suggest that we also look at the issues of a contract. And then the other thing is the obligation, because once we sign, like somebody said it all, once we sign, I'm sorry about this, it's not malleable, it's not flexible. We need to stick to what we agreed upon. So that's why I'm saying it's very important that we look at the contract, and I'm looking at Makagula. We have to sit down and look at the contracts, because the bottom line is what is in the contract. That's the bottom line. And then the other issue, which was raised earlier on, the issue of MRU, the regulator. We have MRA passed from bill to legislation. So what the government is doing now, we're working on the regulations. So we're hopeful that in the next sitting, we'll be looking at the regulations. There is a capacity issue that we are looking at, which is very important. So we're looking at other countries for benchmarking and actual collaboration. Zimbabwe is one of the countries that I have interest to look at, because they seem to be working relatively closer to what we are proposing. Swatini, the Sahara, was the bonk, whatever, so the Sabantu. Those, I think, Sazibona, I think those, they are fine, but Sazibona is close. South Africa is a bit tricky. But we are working on having MRA instead of the MRU, because MRU basically it's still a unit. We need to have an authority, independent, outside government, under the Ministry of Health. Same outside the Ministry of Health.
Thank you. I think I'll pass the microphone. I'll go to him because he hasn't spoken, and then I'll come back to you. I'm sorry if it's a follow-up to what the PS has just said, but I'm trying to make sure that we give everyone the opportunity. The time just started to run very fast now. I don't know what happened. Yes.
Chair, there were questions that were posted by those who are following online. I was trying to project. Can I be assisted? That one went to sleep. The question number one, is the ministry sure that there is a political will to transform the CMS? Number two, the emergency procurement measure, is it not the one that caused the problem of shortages? Because it seems it is used to avoid the laid down procedure. Number three, how do we get to a stage where we tell the nation that we are going to destroy drugs worth millions because they are expired? Those are the questions that were posted from those who are following online. We will try to address them after this chair. We have already given the platform. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Allow me to introduce myself, Rizwan Diwan from MVJ, Medical and Surgical Suppliers. I'll be quick and short. My question is that, okay, not a question, but I've been facing this problem quite a lot of times in CMS. When I deliver the stock in CMS, I find out like there are some spelling errors in the description of the medicines where they reject the stocks and I have to go back with the stock. So that's the problem I face, and plus I'll add on that thing. In the purchase orders, I request the government that they should give a reasonable quantity in the purchase orders, where our manufacturers can manufacture the products that they require the MOQ. Because maybe, for example, if the government is asking like maybe 300 of some kind of tablets, that's not possible for our manufacturer to manufacture those items. So I request the government to give a reasonable item quantity to order. And the other thing I request is that the delivery schedule, like whereby we can deliver, like for example, if I go deliver in CMS, I see like so many people, then I hear that I have to go back with my truck or the stock back because there are already many suppliers there. So I need that delivery schedule whereby we can know like this supplier will supply on this day, on certain day from Monday to Friday. So that's it. Thank you so much.
Once again, angibingelele endlini. We thank you, referee. You are really in the middle of this game. Thanks, FC. You brought a backup that has clarified things that have been troubling us for long. Siyabonga AG, kokuthi hayi usichachile kuloko besolo sinako, especially kunama order lapho nga February. Coming back to the core issue that we have here, thank you, Mr. Makakula. Thank you for the presentation, and also thanks the people who prepared those questions that you were answering. I see you were very clever, very good, that you picked and choose, and then you clarify all the others that you didn't put, that you are working on them. We thank you for that. But here is the problem. I believe MoH is now capable. It's got good people and good systems to make projections. Why is it so difficult to know that on this period I need this so much quantity of this? Because the orders, they come as a surprise. I wake up one morning, open my email, I have an order. And you know, here in Eswatini, we do not have manufacturing. All the manufacturers are overseas. So if I have to place an order, I have to tell my manufacturer in time so that I meet that stipulated time that you've put, and you've now added a big makundu that if I don't meet it, you just hit me on the head. 61 days, after the day 60, the one day I'm out. Please, can you make projections? Can you give us your plan that I will need this item on this day? These are the quantities. At least estimate, give me a certain number that I can work with so that I can meet your deadline. And the other thing, I'm glad my colleague here touched on it, that can the products be classified differently? Because when you go to deliver, it's like there's one rule for all the products. Yet, to get those products, it's different. Each product is different. And the other thing, I heard Babe Makakula saying they are forced to go to neighboring countries to fill up the gaps. But I didn't hear him saying, this local guy I had given him, he has failed. How are the guys now who are outside us chosen? What criteria? And where are they sourcing? I thought he was going to say they are getting it overseas. Because South Africa is just like us. They are importing. Why go to them and leave us? It just seems unfair. And lastly, no, let me not say this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Just I want to add a few more points to FC, Ministry of Health. Like, we really appreciate you explained that process and all. We respect, we follow that. We are just here not complaining anything. We are just recommending and pleading that please speed up the process, right? I will give you another reality of my example. Tender number 5 is expiring in March 31st, right? So my products are arrived in February few and April. We are keep communicating. Then when it comes to products into the country, we requested to deliver. Then the like stock take process is happening in central medical store. They said that no products will be going into take inward because of the stock take. So mid of February, the stock take is started. Then they ended in April. So almost 2.5 months they took stock take and they are not accepted our goods to take inward. Unfortunately, we again come back to after stock take finished. They said that your contract is expired. So here no one is done anything wrong. Like we brought it goods, it was in our warehouse, we are communicating, we respected your stock take procedure, we waited. After that, we come back to communicate. You said your contract is expired. You need to have a special permissions from tender board. Then only it will be processed. Accept. Then that process till now, we respect like we approached even PS, we approached even procurement. They given us a way forwards. Magagula also advised us that these are the things you can follow. Some of the products you accepted, some of the products still not accepted. Our question was, we brought it these products just for tender. It's not like that I can go and sell it in private market. I put lot of money, I'm waiting for it. Few of the products, I will give you examples. Ultra Vist, we received in last year, October. So and so reason you cancelled, like regarding the payment, you requested me that part payment. So we wrote a letter. Then in that purchase order, 2 items was there. 1 item we requested you to please pay back us. It's a huge values. Then we done. Then the second item we cancelled. Then we tried to come back and request you to issue the purchase order. We faced struggles. That product was in our warehouse more than 8 months. It was like really affecting. These are realities and we faced it ourselves. We have mail communications. One of the my employee, in a week, 3 days, he is always like, she is always in central medical store and following up these processes. So we want to say here, no complaints. We are saying that recommending, please speed up that thing. One person is dedicatedly, we are appointed for central medical store. In a week, 3 times she is going there, 4 times she is going there and following up the things, doing the things. So then finally, procurement like helped us the process and few products is accepted. We appreciate them and we appreciate PS that he forwarded to like procurement team, please look into this. When we wrote a letters, look into it, but still that not yet sorted for us. Still we are fighting. Few of the products are laying down in my warehouse more than 8 months and we couldn't sell it in private market. Really, we are recommending that please look into those kind of things like speed up and that transparency and accountability we are expecting from the beginning. So every stage, the accountability if people are taking and process that thing faster, then it will be help us to. Still my products are there in my shelf life. My worry is shelf life. 8 months shelf life is gone. Then you will say me that, no, this product we are not going to be accept. We will show you our bill of ladings. We will show you our custom clearances. If you want any proof, when this product entered into the country and laying down in my shelf. So these are orders cancelled. Now they are saying us that, no, we are not accepting the old tenders. Now the new tenders, purchase orders are already released. They are coming. So what we want to do in this situation? What we are going to do with that stocks? We already paid 100% and last 8 months we are paying overdue interest on that products and the shelf life is going out. We are unable to sell it in private market. We are in a question mark. So we are keep following on this issue, but it was not happening. I appreciate when we are cancelling that orders, we don't believe that again the purchase order will come for rest of items. That's how we faced ourselves and we have struggled. Few sorted, few still there, problems. So I don't know how this will help us. Like they need to look into it and please look our products and take it into consideration. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. Gubonga nje the opportunity, the meeting that has been set up. We meet with the Ministry of Health and the ESPPRA to brainstorm and see how we can work together. I think that one is important, that we need to work together. Maybe just to also highlight that the collaboration, it also from us as suppliers, I think we have a duty to play. We are concerned about a supply of medical consumables, commodities, etc. Because we are in Swaziland, Singamaswati is concerned. And we are also consumers of the same service. So I think that needs to be very clear that we are committed also because we are end users. Our parents are end users, our uncles are end users. So we are concerned and we are committed and we are willing to work with the ministry. So that said, one of the recommendations that came through was the issue of quantification. I think that one, if it can be sorted out, two, quantification, payment. If those two can be sorted out, we can solve more than 80% of the problems that we see. Because the quantification, it informs the tender quantities, it informs the contract. Now, kwaba nelshintsho kule contract, such that njengoba sishito, you don't know how much you are supposed to procure to meet the need throughout the year. In Zabayema MOQs ikhulnyiwe, there is no way where you can go and order 300 units and you come and you supply the country 300 units. There is no manufacturer who can agree to press a production button for 300 units. So le contract le firm le shoko ukuthi kuwe ngdawo order 100,000 throughout the year. Now, as a supplier, you are able to commit and make the commitment to say, I understand government does not have money upfront for throughout the year. Utaikipa ngema trenches quarterly. Meaning, I communicate with my supplier and say, you know what? I'm anticipating 100,000. Let me take the responsibility and order lo 100,000. Ngimlethe ahlale la in the country, such that when government places an order, I'm able to respond promptly because I know lo 100,000 will be ordered throughout the course of the year. So right now you can't even make any commitment on behalf of the government because it's uncertain. So that is number one. But nakungaba na that firm commitment, collaboration, working together, honesty, transparency, and commitment to say, I'm going to order these products throughout the year, plan ahead. I think that is the type of relationship that we need to move to. Because if that is not sorted, even if we can transform CMS and bring in agents, if we're transferring the same problems, we will encounter the same problems. So we need to sort out some of these things such that when we transform CMS, we are bringing in tinvoleti later efficiency. So collaboration, transparency, and commitment in such a relationship, it's important because it ensures that the performance iba khona. So the issue of quantification, it really needs to be addressed. Noma unga engage muphi supply, noma ungahamba uye India direct and try and order direct. If you're gonna go to India direct to the manufacturer with 300 units, they are not going to respond the way we hope they will respond. So it doesn't matter where you procure. As long as that issue is not addressed, I think we will have the same problems. So I appreciate a contribution yako AG. I think us as suppliers, we were not aware of this information. So now we were under the impression that part payments cannot be made. But as far as we know, the issue of of payment by invoice has been highlighted as a recommendation time and time again to say, can we have payments by invoice? We have to be very honest. The supply chain of medical commodities, it's very tricky. It's very tricky. No matter where you can go, it is very tricky, but we need a system that is flexible to understand and respond to the complexity of the industry that we are operating in. So a payment by invoice, for us as suppliers, it can really go a long way. But the question that I would like to pose to your office is if the Ministry of Health is aware, and if the Ministry of Health has been capacitated enough to respond to such a situation where a supplier says, I want part payment for this commodity, are they in a position to respond? Are they in a position to work with us towards the end so that ekugcineni kwako konke lelo order lisplit? Ngitakubuta phinze nguhlanganise with regards to communication. It's to request that sicela kube ne streamlined communication. Sometimes you encounter problems and like you said yourself, you jump from one office to the next, you jump from this office to the next. And when you're trying to get EMA responses, you don't get the information that will assist you to resolve that problem. Yes, we've had problems with communication, but I would also like to highlight, siyathanda ukugxeka kakhulu. We have had departments and officers who have been very helpful, who have assisted us as suppliers. Ubone lokho ukuthi there is commitment and they want to resolve because they understand. So yes, kuyagxekwa, but at some point we really need to applaud where we need to applaud. And there are some offices, Office Njela FC is one of them, where she has assisted us with, as my suppliers. So that I think I would like to mention that. And then gonna issue that I would have loved the PS to actually be present when I say this one. So I don't know if I continue with this submission or I wait for the PS to. Let's wait for the PS, okay. Thank you. And then the last one from my side, it is with regards to payments, AG. You highlighted that there is only 2 invoices at Treasury, and that is very painful. Painful, it's concerning for us as suppliers. If you can ask the suppliers here, kulo 2 invoices, lase Treasury, mangaki akho, but actually that's good. But when you ask them, how much are you being owed by government, they will tell you a lot because they are not a treasury. They are still within the system at Ministry of Health. So that is the reality on the ground. As we are sitting here, we have invoices sitting at CMS. As we are sitting here, we have suppliers who have alluded to the fact that they are still owed money from 2023. 2023. Ask yourself, kutsi le business operator mbamba vele, how have they been surviving since 2023? So that is the reality. And the invoices are still within the system, and they have not been taken to Treasury. So that's another issue. If those invoices can be sorted out, I think it can solve a lot of the financial problems that suppliers are in. So siyacela ministry ukuthi nisibambise with those invoices that have been sitting there. Uspendvulile FC wathi they are working on it nabo at the moment. They don't know how to handle it. They are still trying to figure out how to sort it out, but it is a very serious concern. Kuti kuna supplier who has not been paid because was supplier nga 2023. Nakhona usupplier because ucelwe ministry ukuthi I have an emergency. Sibambiseni. Bring what you can. So the suppliers responded because they also have a social responsibility. So besicela gowe AG, besicela gowe FC, besicela gowe PS, manenis bambise. Kunabo supplier who are really struggling because of those commitments and payments that were made in 2023. Now that the PS is here, my last contribution, it has to do with the perception that is flying around. PS ngiyacela mabosa. Indzaba ye perception, I think how people perceive you is how you act and how you respond. Ngitokhala nje ukuthi i-Ministry of Health has been quiet and has not been correcting some of these misconceptions and some of these perceptions. Sikhuluma nje today as we were sitting here, we have 2 development partners whose names have been dragged in our media with issues of supply chain, development partners. And when you are trying to understand the issue is very simple. It's just response, le comprehensive, le explain nago, and le clarify any liqiniso. But we allow some of these things to drag instead of controlling the narrative. So let siyacela PS li office lakho, when there needs to be clarity, please clarify. Right now, Ministry of Health, suppliers vele have accepted it, but now Ministry of Health is perceived as this entity that does not have controls in place, doesn't even know whether they are going or coming. They receive expired stock. That's the perception. But Ministry of Health knows the truth. Ministry of Health can stand up here and clarify, kutsi we do or we don't accept expired stock. Kune misconceptions that Ministry of Health, Treasury, kune payments that are made of stock that has not been delivered. But when you are asking yourself, does it pass central medical stores, pass finance, all the way to Treasury, and no one has a control system in place? That is the perception, and we have allowed it to go to that level. So when there is a misconception, besicela PS ukuthi usiklarifayele, because this really touches on the capacity of the Ministry of Health. It touches on a lot of things. And then the last issue was a letter, very disturbing letter that we saw flying around, where there were 10 suppliers who were, there was a request to investigate and blacklist those suppliers. And that letter came from your office. Now the suppliers, when they went back to discuss, could see what is this about? A majority of them highlighted, you know, we have never been called by the Ministry of Health to discuss any of these things. or to discuss any concerns that the Ministry of Health has. Such that there was a point in time where some of these suppliers received letters being invited to go to respond to PAC. And when some of these suppliers came to your office to ask for clarity, unfortunately, the office lati kude i-report lelingayinikete ama-suppliers normally liba lichaze ukuthi kahle kahle ama-suppliers ayofunani ka-PAC. And unfortunately, that meeting, it did not take place. It was cancelled. So, iyachubeka indzaba bo supplier up until kwendiwa i-recommendation yendiwa i-PAC, but supplier have not been engaged at any of this stage. Such that kwaba nencwadzi ke seyaphuma incwadzi, it's going to the office of ESPPRA CEO. Kuthiwa CEO must investigate with the possible blacklisting. So PS kukhala nje ngaleyo ncwadzi ukuthi suppliers felt they were not addressed, they were not consulted, and that letter was a bit reckless. Also because Ministry of Health is not our only client. Suppliers have other clients, have other stakeholders, and when called upon to respond to these stakeholders, they didn't know how to respond because they had no idea what was that letter about. So it still goes back to the issue of perception, and it still goes back to the issue of misconception. To say, as partners, let us take control, let us direct the narrative, and let us work well together to solve the problems that we are having in the supply chain of health commodities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, members. Mine, I think they've taken my contribution. Maybe it could be just two things. Would be to allude to what my colleagues have mentioned earlier on. I think we will all agree that these issues that have developed emanated from the introduction of the framework contract. The loss of the statistics, the quantities on what's happening where, how many, they were removed during the framework contract element. And all these issues then spiraled from that end as if the government didn't have direction. So now when we're saying we need to focus on strengthening the contract, I think mainly I would recommend that the ministry considers
ngibuka le WhatsApp yakhe la bambita ukuthi kune court order lafuna uzoyisena nyalo bambophile so nje nakaba late in 2 minutes utawulala nkantolo akasadlala emajaji nyalo. So bengicela ukuthi amanje aphendule your question le part yakhe bese ke soyamba sengimbambe ngelijazi sikahamba emnyango.
Ngiphi?
Ngisi Mr. Mkoko, ngisi my brother. Yes.
Which one? Leo or mana ngithole semkhatsisini, but it has to do with response ministry to some of lama issues now. Fortunately khona communications lapha ngemuva. We are equally stressed about these things. The system yethu angisilethu sonke la is very porous, very porous. And then it is coined to please the media and the public. They want sellable stories. Correct. We have tried our best to bakubita sikhulume ekumeni with those concerned to say lama issues la sikhulume with responsibility. And we know some of them are come up in my reports. And those reports are still questionable. Many reports, not only one, many reports are akhulunywa. So this is how the ministry or ministries work. Because the infangena a parliament at table issue. It means now that report if nikhulunyiswa. So I don't know how many times I've been to parliament. Now the parliament the media, so you can't control it because bakubuta lama questions lala lofuna painful. And nase kubutwa akubutwa lo muntu kubutwa wena as PS kuthi loku yakwati now sawukwati, then you have to go and dig it further. Now, coming to the porousness of the whole thing, the letter that you're referring to, I think when said Tanzania, they spoiled my meeting. Highly confidential letter. Lefuna ku clarify as a ministry. Because it's in as a ministry, we don't blacklist. It's in we work with you. So nangabe kune issue lefuna ukuthi ikhulunywe ndzaba kwasebenzeka kabi and so forth. Sifuna sithole lo responsible hulumende unematiko. How boom incwadi isemaphepheni. Le ncwadi mose ngibhale my colleague here. Ngize ngiyamshayela so iphuma njalo incwadi usangiyade. Because it was a request kus our serious nana matter and it was not a malaise letter. Kuna ncwadi na lethi kuna nabafuna aba 1 2 3 4. Sicela iview yakho. Now it's coined laba abahambe bomiswa. Now I have to go and demystify that in the media. And if ngaba ngizange ngikwende lokho PS uhlele tukwenzaba ngoba samthuma ukuthi ahamba ubuka lokho sangakusebenzisa yini. So I want to assure you ukuthi with normalize that those letters were not for public one. I read a lot of confidential letters to him. But why this particular letter? And who leaked it out? For what purpose? So ngifuna kunika assurance ukuthi some of these people out there, they are there to destroy all of us. Because it's not about you only, it's even the ministry. Kutsi ministry iyehluleka. But nase kufuneka sibe haphazard in our thinking. We need to be very strategic. We can't take decisions without the authority not knowing. The same companies can take me to court. So nangabe I'm trying to investigate and people are taking me to public to investigate, I find it a bit unfair to even to the ministry because even if I'm going to the toilet, then somebody say he's gone to the toilet. That letter, I want to apologize openly to you. It was not for public consumption. It was an advice that we needed from this office. I'm happy he's here. And they tried for a law advice there. And then we responded to, this is the advice we got. Because if I had gone without getting an advice, probably I could have gone astray. So it's very important to see some of these things because I believe the leakage of information, the malice, the backbiting might be even in the room. Might be in the room. Because if you palela ESPPRA, ipume pepen, ne signature I'm there, then I ask myself, who did this? For what purpose? It's my office. Is there people who have an agenda? Because there is an agenda. That asking about there is an agenda. There is an agenda. And our role is to stay above that agenda. Stick to the truth. If people felt, and I want to apologize, felt that it exposed, and it did expose, banks called me, he called me, I explained to the bank, this matter is an investigation letter, is not a decision letter. But the way it was taken, it was, I wasn't instructing, I was seeking advice. So I want to repeat, there's porousness, supplies, porousness. At some point, I said, people actually exchanging even, this one has tendered so much, this one has tendered so much. I said, how did they get these prices amongst ourselves? So it's maturity. As a ministry, we have taken that. I've made a statement about this information if it leaked in my office. But I'll also equally request that if you pick this thing where it is leaking, please, let's try to switch it off as soon as possible. But it was not for any malaise, I must admit.
Thank you. Thank you, PS. Siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi soyiphendulile. But ngikuthi sesekhona PS, ngicela kuyi-highlight na indzaba yaloku leaka kwale information. Sicela kuxolisa nathi ukuthi incwadi yayi-addresselwe mina but yatfolakala seyisephepheni iyangithusa nami kuyitfola seyisephepheni. However, we always try and communicate with lama procuring entities lesisebenza nawo, which includes ministries, parastatals, state-owned entities, municipalities, that for confidential communications, I've spoken to my managers as well, for confidential correspondences, siya isicelo ukuthi asibuyele sibe traditional, put it in a letter for government is there on His Majesty's Service brown envelope, put a stapler and stamp it confidential at the back and deliver it on my table. Stobona ukuthi le ncwadi lefika etafuleni lami sitayikhanza inephepheni. Let deliver, because in the other ways that we do it, we email. But again, even then, PS and colleagues, remember, those type of letters are also referred to other offices. Not only ESPPRA, PS, there were other offices where this letter had to be shown to say PS has acted on this matter. I'm not accusing anyone. In closing on this particular matter is that ESPPRA deals with a lot of confidential information. A lot of confidential information every day, every minute. Emails that are very confidential. If we can start to leak that type of information, PS headline on a Sunday. Information internet. We always try, and I always say to anyone, I even told the PS, you know the people I work with in the office, they've never been excited by these confidential communications. They've never, but they are so cool, they are so mature about it, they are so professional about dealing with these things. So please, this one particular letter, because banks called me. Banks called me. They were not prepared to give you loan facilities because you were a red flag. So I was going to look at the red flag. But at least I don't remember the names in the letter. But I'm joking about that. So, as we continue and we have these conversations, PS, on the communication part. We've seen other ministries. But there was a swarm of bees that flew past the ministry. We were just reporting. If we can get to that, I don't think it would be some of the way these things have been sensationalized, and especially because they include people's lives. That's one thing I worry about. Because there is no way you can say it has happened so much. One life is important. Thank you, PS. Mr. Mkoko.
Okay. It's a plea. Kune journalists lesati ukuthi they work with boban bafuna boban. Please, journalists never in the investigation. I'm not saying stop them. Let's have a balanced view. We should figure out give us a balanced view. This is what I said. Because if, can I give an example? Atamis. If Atamis says this in the newspaper, and then you don't share with me your view, your opinion, they interview me, I might give an opinion or a statement that is contrary to you. You know what is that? That's what they want. But if you've got an opinion that you have shared, this is my opinion. And I'm not muzzling you, it's opinion. And I will say this is my opinion. So both of us, we can share the opinion publicly, but let me not be surprised about your opinion. Because when I'm surprised about opinions, but surely you should have raised this opinion with me so that I can rebut it or confirm it. So I think that's my plea. Even if I want to talk, I don't talk about companies anyway. If you can ask me about any company, I tell journalists that it's in the contract. It's me and the person. So I don't talk about companies. So if you want me to talk about a company, I'll say my contract is between me and the one I've contracted to. We've contracted to each other. But I will not debate issues with any person except the contractor. So.
Na PS uthi Mr. Makakulu ayisaba lena ucela wena. There is a question that was WhatsApped to us. Is the ministry sure that there is political will to transform the CMS?
More than the will that you have, I don't think there'll be any other will. Seriously. I've never seen, I've worked in government, I've worked in Pharmaceuticals, I've worked international. I've never seen a government that collectively said this is an issue that we should all work on. We work with the Office of the Prime Minister. We report directly on these issues. Some of you have met him. We work with the minister directly. We report every week, Monday, about what's happening with the supplies. We have a group of ministers that have been brought in together to assist the ministry on such issues. So I have no single doubt in my nerve and brain that government is committed, very committed to this matter. And one of my deliverables as an individual now is transformation of CMS. That's commitment. If I don't do that, go to Makayane.
Thank you, PS. Mr. Makakula.
But I'm back.
No problem. Okay. Mr. Mkoko. You all right? Oh, is it? Okay.
Thank you, Chair, CEO. Can I just respond to a few questions, then I will leave because today is Friday. I have to be back to the office by 1:30. Okay. The issue of outstanding payments. Thank you, Sisi, for highlighting that, and we will discuss with the FC. In 2023, we had to send a few officers to CMS just to take stock of the outstanding payments, and we will do the same thing next week. We'll send a few officers from the Treasury Department, from our compliance unit to CMS. We just want a report on the outstanding payments, and those that can be sorted will be sorted. They will assist the CMS officers to prepare the payments and send them to Treasury. Then I think a few suppliers came to my office and were able to sort some problems. So if there is an issue that, like Artemis, I think it's Artemis and MVJ, there are some problems that they highlighted that touch my office. Please, if there are issues around payments and issues around receipt of stock or something like that, you can come to my office. We will discuss and sort it out. Okay, and then the last one is on planning. You know, government has officers with diverse skills. We have researchers, economists, and we as financial accountants, we also did performance management and cost accounting. Cost accounting is the core of planning. We do the planning. We have population. We have an office that works on the country's population. So planning for deliveries for items that we need for the whole year. We need population officers. We need researchers. We need the cost accountants. So I hope we will discuss with the PS, and then we will just assist them as the Office of the Accountant General, because we have done performance management, and this is just a performance management subject. So we will discuss with the PS and work on that. I think I have touched on the stock problems and what. Yes, we will assist on that one. Thank you. Thank you, CEO, for arranging this meeting. And I hope, in performance management, we talk about stakeholder management. You keep them informed, you keep them, you keep them closely, you do this too. You first classify your stakeholders. I think these are the high interest, high influence stakeholders. So we have to manage them. Yeah, they are in that corner. They're in that corner. So I welcome the quarterly meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kukul. Please respond to the rest of the ones on the WhatsApp and the wind-up.
Thank you, Accountant General. Thank you so much for joining a meeting and providing a lot of guidance and clarity. And also the PS, he has, expressed his, pain in terms of how things, especially the leaking of information, of confidential information. But let me quickly run down the questions. I will ask my colleagues if they could assist me, but there were comments from the floor. I think, Babe Mangadiso, you were also emphasizing on the supply plans, and the question that you said we need to, at least share with you why we approach it that way is the issue of including external suppliers for stock filling, gap filling exercise. I think the approach that was taken was that since the local suppliers had already existing contracts with the same products, hence we said let's not disturb them, let's allow them to process those orders. Let's find people who are not involved so that because these were the same products, it was a gap filling exercise, and we are learning that maybe could have been done better. We are learning. That was the approach that was taken. And then on I think Farm, your concerns were addressed by the PS. It's mostly on, I think what you also emphasize on the issues of the supply plans, that it's necessary. I was chatting we have our colleagues who, some of them are outside the country. They were responding, and I was suggesting that in the next session that we'll have with you, let's address the issue of supply plans. So we'll work on it within the ministry so that when we meet, this issue should have been addressed. I think the issues that were raised on the WhatsApp, it was a question of why are we banning the drugs? The answer is simple: they have expired. Some they came through donation, some they came, immediately. We order it based on maybe previous, data. But you find that Gugula akuseko. That's a reality. So abasaguli bantu, and the stock expired. It's come from the facilities where the CMS will distribute to the facilities according to their orders. And then we find that people out there abaguli. Siyahlala lesitoko expire. Then we have to destroy it. I think a number of you will concur with me that you also destroy, because we have ordered, no one is now taking the stuff. Even in our homes, we have the same. You buy things, find that it reached the expiry date without consuming it. You have to destroy it. So, but it's an era of, are we planning properly? How much are we destroying? That's the big question. How much are we destroying? But I think the question of destroying millions is because over a number of years, if you're not destroying the expired drugs. That's why now there are millions. It's over, the accumulation is over a number of years. Chair, I think that's... I think the emergency procurement we are lamenting as a ministry. We shouldn't go that route. Let's plan properly. Let's work together. Let's walk together so that we avoid that journey. Because it is expensive. It's expensive. It disrupts the whole thing. So we are, on that one, we are saying, and I made by presentation that really we are not doing emergency procurement. We are now seeing a situation where the drugs were not delivered due to a number of reasons, and then we are filling the gap as in like we are doing an emergency. And emergency should be addressing something that was unforeseen. So we don't like emergency procurement, Chair. It's not ideal for everyone. I thank you.
I'm looking at the time, but I can see a hand. The problem is that if I let you go, I don't know when I'm going to find you again. So I need to make sure I exhaust you before you go for lunch. I hope my colleagues are not going to look at me with that way. The PS is back, but there is now a follow-up question on the people that are watching on YouTube. I don't know, Mr. Ngonya, you'll show me by the nod of hand if you'd want to respond to this one. The question is, now that the PS has clarified the issue of the letter that was leaked, is there an investigation that is going to happen? So, I'm looking at your response, Mr. Mabuya. I was going to get in the microphone. Okay, I think there's another, there is, Mr. Ngoy, ngiyakthemba ke ukuthi utangiphendvulela kahle njenga investigator. It's very tricky to work in the office with an investigator because you don't even know when he's investigating you.
All right, thank you, CEO, and good afternoon, everyone, both present and virtually. I think the regulator is seized with a matter that involves investigation. However, there are material or information that is required for the agency to be able to carry out a particular investigation, which we are now assessing in collaboration with the ministry in view of informing a decision to proceed with the investigation. So we are currently in consultations and deliberations on what will be necessary for us to proceed. I think parties will be informed, including the media, I believe, since the matter is blown to the socials and all other platforms of media on what is the position of the regulator in this matter. Thank you.
So in short, in summary, you know, Mr. Ngonya writes letters. There's a request for clarification or advice, and then he writes the letters, and then I ask him before I sign, so what is the clarification? Because he writes, like he's saying, he's talking now. So is the investigation going on? In short, we were given an instruction by the PAC to investigate. We like he's saying, Mr. Ngonya, we are in discussion with the Ministry of Health. Suppliers will know what transpired after that letter. And the Minister of Health has responded to us in terms of, and the PAC has also responded to us in terms of what is the position that was finally agreed on. And that is the position we're working on now. So if you're in the list of 10, you know where you stand with the list of 10 now, I want to believe. And that's what we're going to be working on. We would love to close this matter as soon as possible so that we are not seen as people who are delaying the investigations. But investigate, we will, because we were given an instruction by the PAC through the Minister of Health. We do not want a situation whereby it's budget time and then they say, oh, ESPPRA was supposed to investigate. Put their budget on what? Head 60. Yeah, no, we don't want head 60. So we'll definitely do our part thoroughly and professionally so. Thank you. There were some hands across. Where's the other? Thank you, Mr. Ngwenya, for the response. Thank you. Go ahead. You can go ahead, ma. Thanks.
Thank you,
Please
Chairman.
remember, excuse me, please remember, this was an opportunity for me to know you. But now, when you introduce yourself, you are too many. When you speak, just introduce yourself again so that I can put the name to the face. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman and Principal Secretary. My name is Cindy Stankotsi, and I'm with Avoma Group. For me, it's a pity the AG and the FC is not here because I think my questions were more related to that section of this particular meeting. It's with regards to the batch number transparency. I think a lot of us tend to get confused when we try to do follow-ups on our payments and we're being told that they've been batched with this batch number, but we don't really know who to communicate with or who to go to actually get a clear understanding of the batches. So for me, I think I'll look at it from coming out new with some new supplies that are probably tendering with the Ministry of Health for the first time. There is no site or anywhere in particular where we can actually get a structural organogram to understand the system of how Central Medical Store is. This is the team of individuals where purchase orders are done. This is the team in the accounts department that you deal with from the minute your invoices, being delivered to them, who's the next person that it goes to, the step-by-step flow. And then obviously from there, when it then goes through to, is it the Ministry of Health in Mbabane? From Mbabane, then it's moving to Treasury. Who are you dealing with in each one of these particular entities? Now, I believe that if we had proper transparency on the organograms, the individual name, the correct email addresses, and even contact numbers, then it would make things a lot easier for us to be able to run through and follow up on our payments. Because obviously we've mentioned that with so many different companies that the payments are obviously one of our, our greatest concerns. Also, something that I wanted to also bring into place is the recent purchase orders that were released. They were obviously released sometime in June. A lot of us got them, but because of the uncertainty of the contracts not coming out, a lot of the suppliers, I'm sure, did not action those purchase orders. So a lot of us would have held them back, waiting for more confirmed certainty on what we should actually do. So I can speak for myself, for my company in general. Our purchase order, for example, was only done when we finally got like a framework contract email just to say, you know what, your contract is being done. And this was only at the end of July. So which means most of the purchase orders were only actioned now in August. And just recently, I can't remember if it was this week, we then obviously got an email wanting to know when are we going to deliver? And I thought, okay, you're counting 60 days from June when you issued the purchase orders. I think that needs to really be looked into. You should be looking at the 60 days for way bills at least from the month of August, somewhere in between, whether it's in the middle of the month or the end of August. I think that's one of the points for me. Also, Mr. Makakula, you touched on something very, very important where you said communication is key. And I love the fact that you said that. But I'll tell you, we definitely have what is called, and I see the Principal Secretary mentioned that as well, arrogance. We send emails, but we never get response to those emails. And it's constantly again and again and again. You can send the same email to the procurement or the accounts department 10 times or 20 times in a single month, and not one person will actually respond to that email. And it's really find you're having is with regards to the divisions themselves actually not giving the suppliers back the responses that we would be looking for at a timely manner. you know, and I'm sure a lot of the other suppliers may feel the same about that. And last but not least, on my side, yes, Honourable Principal Secretary, you did mention about high perception of corruption. And yes, we are all aware that the corruption is there. I think the best thing we could ask for is maybe an email or somewhere where we could send the truth, you know, without having to feel victimized because we leaked a name or we mentioned an incident that, you know, has now put our business or our company, you know, now in the limelight. Because let's be honest, people can be deliberate and vindictive at times. So I think that would be a good suggestion, you know, just an open forum where we can actually send those complaints. And then last but not least, regarding the account section again, between the AG, the FC, CMS, and Ministry of Health, it would be good if there's also an email where once we've dropped off our invoices and we've handed it over to the accounts department, we should be able to then send that same submission to one email entity where they know that, you know, for example, Artemis or Avoma Group or, you know, any other company has actually submitted this invoice with this invoice number, D knows, and it's been fully supplied and fully delivered. Because what we go through is when we follow up with some of these payments, we are then told that, oh, it was missing a delivery note. Oh, it was missing the letter from the ministry because you short supplied. You know, there's always something missing, yet when you delivered those documents, they were completely all there. So, yeah, I think for me from Avoma, that's pretty much all I have. Oh, sorry, I forgot one more thing, my apologies. Compliance. Ministry of Health, we understand there's MRU, and compliance obviously plays a very big factor on the medicines we bring in and the processes and procedures that are put in place. However, we are noticing as local wholesalers and suppliers that when it comes to suppliers coming from South Africa, retailing into our country, they don't follow the same compliance rules that we have to. They don't have to register products with MRU like we have to. Certain products, we can't bring them into the country because we haven't received approval from MRU. Even it's, correct me, I'm talking about South African products from big names like your Aspen, your Siplers, your Adcock. I'm speaking big names. We have to get them registered. So how is it fair that South African wholesalers can come straight into Eswatini and retail direct to our pharmacies without having to go through the same registration process that applies to us? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Gubili. Ngingosinathi wakadlamini Sibongwe ngiqhamuka ka-SD usicele kanjalo CEO ukuthi si-introduce over and over again. Usowenele umkholo. Kwekuqala, or the first one is to lament the unfortunate leakage of this letter and the magnitude of the damage it actually did, no one can fathom. As companies, we are in trouble with the banks, with other stakeholders we have, including the multinational companies. There are issues of anti-bribery and anti-corruption. And we annually will be signing compliance and DDQs and all these things. And just one mistake and such a letter leaks into the public domain, it is picked. And once it is picked, maybe the banks are better. But the moment it is picked by these multinational companies, they actually will zoom in and shine the spot on the matter. And it actually affects the relationship we have with them. And going forward, there are issues. So we lament it. It's not only something that is bad for ESPPRA and the ministry. Even for us as vendors, it's terrible. And we are glad that there is something that is being done about that. The second one is we greatly appreciate, and we are noting this, the presence of the PS in this very important meeting, the presence of the AG and the FC together with us as vendors. This is a very solid statement to say the country now is ready to take the bull by the horn. The beast that we are facing, we are ready to conquer it. Having said that, we want to appreciate the role that has been played by the ESPPRA. Trying to regulate the traffic. That is coming live to us now. I will quote the issue of tender number 1, 2025-2026. There are qualms that were brought to the fore. And we have seen the tripartite working together, us as vendors raising our grievances. The SPPRA coming to the party and objectively looking into those issues. And the outcome, I will say, being satisfactory to everyone. That is the true spirit of PPP, private-public partnership, and the enforcement of the Procurement Act of 2011. We are having confidence now as vendors to say the act is there, and when time for it to be applied, it is actually applied, and appropriately so. In that spirit, we would love to have some clarification, perhaps from the Office of Procurement, regarding, because these tenders, when they are issued to address needs of certain units or certain departments within the MoH. There is tender number 4, which was floated, I think, 2024-2025, that financial period. But then something happened and that tender was disturbed. We remain concerned and worried as suppliers as to what is happening now in terms of the supplies that are supposed to be used by the departments or the units concerned, seeing that that tender was not refloated or has not been floated again. What are the end users? What is the how is the service being issued to the beneficiaries? We are just concerned about that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Makako, and the ministry colleagues.
Chair, thank you. I think there are 2 speakers that were on the floor. A former representative. I think more of it was on understanding the process, which we we commit that let's share in our next session, because there is a confusion as to which office is doing which role. You end up not knowing where to check your patches and how to make follow-ups. So we propose that the ministry prepares a presentation on that one, so that it is understood. PS, yeah, you addressed the issue of corruption. I think PS mentioned that if there is corruption, his office is open. You can go to the minister. You can go to Prime Minister. You can go to ACC. I think he mentioned that please don't panic. We need to know if there are elements of corruption within the ministry so that they can be addressed. Otherwise, the PS sitting in his office, he will think everything is going well. So I think this one was addressed by the PS. I was shocked, PS, that submission was saying there is corruption. I was shocked. I'm saying how I feel. Let me say, colleagues, you have the right to ask for a meeting as an individual if we have issues. Don't wait for a big session like this one. You have a right to say, may I request a meeting? I have issues that I need to be assisted on. Maybe you highlight them so that we prepare those who can assist during that meeting. So I'm raising that. Please feel free to request for a meeting as an individual supplier. We will address that. I'm not sure my colleague from ASD, yes, this is a bold statement that the PS is here and the senior staff is here. We want to make this thing work. We are so much concerned. The country is looking at the Ministry of Health. What are they doing? So the PS has to leave other things equally important and then be with us here. It's a very bold statement. I don't know if my colleagues can help me with what is happening to the supplies under tender number 4. My understanding is that there were suppliers that were awarded, and then some products did not get, awards. So I think that's where the question lies, as to how are we handling those products that were not or did not attract suppliers. Am I talking on the same thing? Yeah, I'm not sure if my colleagues on the group are responding. I've just closed my laptop because my other colleagues are on the group. Maybe FC, are you seeing anything from the group that has been responded to this question? All right, let's make an undertaking that we will find a response. We will then share the response on this one. I thank you.
Siyabonga, thank you so much. I'll pick only. Let me pick one. The other one I will not be able to respond to, but I'll attempt to respond to that one too. There's the issue of how do we, I think you raised the issue, AST raised the issue, how do we now mitigate the issue of the letter with your suppliers, global, and let's engage. Because unfortunately, when you rectify this thing, it becomes small print in a corner. I responded in the newspaper. I don't know how many of you saw that. The response was somewhere in the corner where we said these companies are not being blacklisted and so forth. I have it somewhere. I was trying to get it. But it was somewhere, I think, second or third page. Unlike the other one, which was a list story. So that's how they make money. But like you have said, I think there should be a way to mitigate this. I will have to consult with my legal team, they're not here, how we mitigate it. But you see, opening a closed session opens another session. So, but we need to mitigate it, I think, case by case, where you feel you've been eroded in one way or another. We need to look at it very closely. And then the issue of how do we raise issues of malpractice, which includes, it's not only corruption, even malpractice. Let's be clear, because corruption is another way. Issue of arrogance, shutting a person's door and telling somebody about something else and so forth, that's malpractice, which includes corruption, obviously. We have a whistleblowing mechanism, but it's underutilized. I don't know whether they blow, but the whistle never reaches my ears. Maybe I'm part of the corruption too. So, but we have info. We'll share with you. We have a whistleblowing email, but I want to qualify it, like Macaulay said. It is a central email where we throw things that is official information that has reached the ministry. So if anybody tampers with that information, we can be liable, because that's an information email for anything that comes to the ministry. We'll share the contacts. But however, like he has said, if you want minister's email, we have a government email, it's not personal. Please use that. Don't flood minister, of course, with hearsays. Flood minister with evidence. Hearsay, I can say flying this way. It saw Dave, so that must be Dave. No, it's not Dave, it was a fly. So we need, when you send it to the minister, you must send concrete convincing evidence. When it throws it down to me or to whoever, say, can you go and look at this particular matter with this evidence? And I'm not blocking you out on that one. My office is equally opened. I have government email, I've got personal email. Sometimes those in charge are also corrupt. So if you feel I'm involved, don't even attach me, send it to the minister. But the official one, please, the official one that I check what you have received, what you have deleted, it's under the information office. It's called a whistleblower email. I check it, deleted messages, received message, I can access it. So once you have sent it, even if it's deleted, I can pick it up to say, why was it deleted? So we'll share that one, I think, through you, Chair, before we leave. But I'll really encourage you that you use the whistleblowing email, because that's the one is traceable. I can access it at any given time. On the issues of inconsistency in terms of how MRU operates, let me double check that. Unfortunately, I was checking around. They are not here. But do follow it up with me. What is happening with the companies that seem to be supplying outside the country, get to what you have said, some favoritism, if I can use that terminology. I think, please, I will check it out, what is happening. This morning I saw a truck coming this way from South Africa, and I was asking to say, I hope. I just said, I think maybe I was picking up my mind, that I just hope everything there is clean. That's what I just asked myself. I was trying. But there is no favoritism. Drugs are drugs. If they're wrong, they're wrong. And there's nobody above the law. So I want to say that's all, Chair, on the responses. Thank you so much.
Yes, there is a, thank you, PS. Thank you so much for the response. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, Mr. Makakul, for being on the hot pen. I'm looking the way where you're sitting and your table is round. It's like a stove. For some reason, like we're frying you, literally. There's one thing I was going to say. I'm a teacher by profession, and teaching the teachers about the concentration span. I think at some point we've really deliberated on these issues today, and if there are still some issues left, we definitely have to call another meeting. We still want to respond to the questions concisely, present in mind. And I'm looking at the time, and I'm looking at the amount of discussions that have gone around the table. Please allow me to... Do you adjourn? Sometimes it is English in the words. but to close the meeting, something. Because I might say Ajin and then you come back after lunch. To just close the meeting for today. Understanding that it's a first meeting of its kind where ESPPRA is involved. Probably you were meeting with the Minister of Health, we were not there. But of this nature, the two are here is the first time. And that we go back to the office with the Minister of Health, we talk to these issues. For example, PS, in the parastatals or municipalities or parastatals SOEs and municipalities, you will have an internal audit. One of the things they're going to find as an audit finding is if you do not have a whistleblower mechanism. And they always say the whistleblower mechanism should be an audit firm, even outside of the country in South Africa or even in Namibia, where people write their emails to. And then from there, so that no one can tamper with the information that is sent there. Even the CEO cannot access that. And then it comes back directed to the board to say, hey, Mr. Matsebola is doing this and this and this. Now, when you tell us that you've got the whistleblowing mechanism, and I'm asking myself, how come we don't know about it? Because it's a whistle. Okay. Because it would be good that we know the email. Maybe I want to report the PS. Thank you for catching the joke today and not next week, Monday. So that we can then start to make these mechanisms work for what they are designed for. Yes. At this juncture, can I just take one last closing question or comment from the suppliers, and then I'll give it the PS to also make a comment, and then we close the meeting. Going once, okay.
Thank you. I think once again, just to echo the sentiments of everyone, which is that we thank you for setting up this forum. We thank you that we can hash out all of these topics. I think it would be remiss to end this session without also just touching on the fact that as suppliers, we have formed an association. We have some representatives of the executive committee here. To the best of my knowledge, probably 90% of us here are part of the association, if not all members here. So going forward, I would imagine that any pertinent issues, if they affect members of the association, would be brought to the executive committee and in turn be brought to the Ministry of Health. So it's just to introduce the association. I'm just a member, not form part of the executive committee, and to just reiterate that there may be negative connotations attached to collectives like associations, but that is the furthest thing from what we are trying to do by mobilizing. It is to actively engage on issues that will drive what we are all looking for, which is drugs to be readily available at all times. And so my hope is that the ministry receives us well. My hope is that the ministry recognizes us, and that as we move forward and request engagements, we hope that they are well received. And yeah, to just understand that that is the aims and objectives of us mobilizing. It's not to say that, you know, we have an agenda that we are trying to push and it is us versus you. It's completely the opposite. So I think in closing, it's just to introduce the association. I'd imagine that there would be some sort of meeting going forward with ministry. We are grateful that the regulator has organized this meeting. However, we do understand that you don't have to be as a referee for every communication going forward. Thank you.
Before I give it to the PS, can I have my colleagues say something? Do you want to say something? Thank the suppliers for contracting us to train them, you know. Because now as the CEO, I've diversified the income from the trainings. I'm doing well.
Thank you, Babi CEO. For me, it was just to thank both stakeholders, the Ministry of Health as well as the suppliers, just for making it here. Because it would have been very, very, very painful, going around doing all the work, coordinating this event, and then only to find that only about 2 or 3 suppliers show up. So we really, really appreciate your commitment towards, as the key stakeholders, working together towards solving the issues that currently prevail in the system. So it's just to appreciate all the efforts that we do. We do, as the CEO said, we do have quite a lot of engagement with the ministry. And in certain occasions, at times, we do also provide sessions for suppliers. So I would like to invite you that in instances whereby we have advertised or communicated a capacity building initiative that speaks to the private sector, please do participate, because it will help you understand better, the public procurement system, the processes that are involved. So please do make use of those initiatives, and also even understanding the public sector stakeholder, because nowadays, even though it's a thin line, but there are some differences when it comes to private procurement as well as public sector procurement. So as our key stakeholders in the public procurement space, we really, really do wish that when those opportunities are available, please do take that opportunity and the initiative to actually get to understand the public sector procurement more. With that said, just to thank you all for making it today.
Thank you so much, Ms. Funza. Can I give before I give to the PS, and maybe colleagues, all of us in the room, after today's meeting, are we having the medicinal supplies and pharmaceutical supplies in the shelves?
Well, it's a very difficult way to close the meeting. But I think, CEO, you're right. When I joined the ministry, it was a crisis. Now, it's not a crisis, it's a challenge. At least you get 1 or 2 lines. There was a time we come with 0 line. In our calculation on fill rates, so there was a point where we're 28, 30%. Today we're talking about 62%, that double what we had. So I want to thank you for that. But on another note, I just want, as I close, to say, firstly, I must appreciate the fact that you've been so candid about this matter. Very candid. CEO, I'm looking at your vision, and I pick one part in that vision, the issues of economic growth. That we are not here to kill your industry, no, please. We stick to this economic growth. So we believe that we're part of this country's development, and we can't lose even the focus. We can't lose the focus of human life. That is our business, to make sure that every Swazi gets the best healthcare system. But really, I want to thank you all for your candidness on this matter. There's a lot that I've picked, though. There's a lot. I've been taking notes. I don't know how many papers are in front of me. But secondly, to give you the assurance that the vision is clear. Maybe we have taken some time to turn the corner, but we are turning the corner. Clear, very clear vision. 1, the issues of procurement supplies is not the core business of the Ministry of Health. Our core business is to treat people and prevent diseases. That is why we had to go to look at other countries that are doing well in terms of supply chain and the medical supply, the central medical stores, and so forth. So went to Lesotho, South Africa, Botswana, what's the other one, Ethiopia, and also Rwanda. Most of these countries, I will not say those, I will not mention those that are not performing well, but the 2 countries that perform well, let me mention them so that you know that the ones that don't mention, then they're not performing. let me pick Rwanda. Rwanda has one of the best supply chain system in Africa. So went in there with even the MPs went in there. So the model that we want to replicate here at Eswatini is very similar to Rwanda. Hence, as we're saying, I'm praying to my God to say next year, we are not going to have this discussion. Because the best way for things like this is for government to provide oversight than to government to operate. Because once government operates, obviously, all systems, they knock, like somebody said, there are about 5-6 ministries that are involved. So the purpose of creating this entity, autonomous entity, which is still under the Ministry of Health, is to expedite processes of purchasing and supply. That's the whole purpose. Then controls. So we are committed, somebody was asking, if we are committed to see next year having a very robust system that no Swati should be denied access to medicine. And number two is to make sure that this is not a halabaloo, just talk show. And thanks for the lunch. Talk show, lunch, breakfast. No. We will believe that we have people who have been doing this, transcribers. They will give us high points, action points, which we are going to share with you. And then we hold each other responsible to say, in our last meeting, we agreed on 1, 2, 3, what are called building blocks. So these are the building blocks that you are going to hold this team, it's us against the world or the world against us, this team and your team, whoever, to say we gave you a responsibility, but nothing has happened. That's how we can transform. Talking is good, but actions make my sense. So I believe that we are going to come with that, and then we share the responsibilities. Lastly, and very important, is to thank ESPPRA. You know, when we were saying that we should, the office was, they keep warning me that sometimes this confidential information, I don't keep them confidential. But there was a time where we were asking ourselves to say, should we involve you? Or should we run it ourselves? And I think diverse opinion, of course, but we converge and say, look, we need to be in sync. We are one. Let's not talk something and then the regulator, no, it was the regulator, it was, no, that's not how we work. So I want to thank you, Kakhulu Mkolo, for your commitment, not only for today. I think the guidance as a regulator, regulators, we know them as people carrying the whip all the time. But the regulator will say, no, there is no whip, but if you do this, I'm going to whip you. I think that's what we need to calculate in almost all the regulators, that we are not there to carry the whip, we are here even to guide, so that when you break the rules, say, but I advise you. So, but I thank you for this. It's been a very informative discussion, and thank you for hosting us, and I'm told we're going to have the meal, and thank you for the meal in advance. so thank you for that. To the team here from the ministry, because I need to also make sure that my bosses, they get the leverage of comfort. It's not about attacking anybody, please. It's about building this country and serving the nation. So let me assure you, this team is working very hard, I'm telling you. You may think, they're lax, us as civil servants were being coded as lax people. But I'm telling you, others by now, say it's Friday PS, will be gone by now. This team, they commit. There was a time we had 3 trucks coming at the same time. I had to go there to assist them and buy them lunch, at dinner. And it was not a question of, hey, PS, it's 5 o'clock now. But I want to thank you for this. I think fruition is coming, that if we all commit, then we are going to get the results that we are talking about. But I want to appreciate what has happened. And then to all the viewers and the media, today we are building, we are not there. This is a process. people expect that from here we're going to have a product. This is a process. The product is coming. So we believe we don't mind being criticized, but constructively we are going to make it. But negative criticisms take us nowhere, but dampen people's spirits. But I want to thank everybody for coming in here, and I assure you that I'm part of you. I will support all parties, my team, the suppliers, and my brother here. We are committed to this, but on behalf of the minister, who's unfortunately out of the country, thank you so much. Siyabonga kakhulu. God will bless you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, PS. I'm winding up now. It's 2:00. I was hoping that will be done at 2. But PS, thank you so much for that, and also for being part of this meeting. For me, I was reading this report before coming to this meeting, and I didn't want to put it in my presentation earlier, but I've been listening to the discussions, and I was looking at the recommendations that this report had. I think it's the Prince Segelela's tax team that produced the report in 2017 into the issue of the assessment of the status regarding the supply of medicines and medical supplies in Eswatini, which was Swaziland then. And the discussions are just talking to exactly the issues that were highlighted here. I will request, PS, that we still revisit this document. We try and look into the issues that were not attended to. And we also try and look into the issues now that are emerging that were not part of the conversation in 2017. With that said, I cannot go back to this report because we've already discussed all of these issues. It's just that here it was done in a consultative way, consultant style. There was an implementation plan. We can still look into those low-hanging fruits and quick wins and just try and capitalize on those, which I believe will make a huge impact. From my side, to close the meeting, let me stand up. And I'm supposed to stand over there next to him. Okay. This is where I started. So I have to come back here to finish it off. Am I still okay? I'm okay. Sure. Please take a moment with me to thank my. First of all, let me start with the visitors. Thank you to the suppliers. Thank you so much for attending today's meeting. Without you, this meeting could not have been successful. To the PS and his team, Mr. Makakula, and the health team, thank you so much again for also understanding where we came from, when we asked you to please allow us to host you in this meeting so that you can have a conversation. And thank you for allowing us, the suppliers and the Ministry of Health, for allowing us today to be Mr. Hadebe. We're proper Mr. Hadebe today. And please understand that we take pride and we are really happy that this meeting became this successful. Now to my team, please, ngicela ningishayele tandla, ningishayele the team from ESPPRA. Thank you so much. You know, these guys have been so good to me. I had the first 3 years. You know, when the PS contract is to be renewed, we all know. We all know. It's in the newspapers. The other parastatal CEOs, when their contracts are to be renewed, we all know. In the next month, it is going to be renewed. These guys were so good that no one even noticed my 3 years was over. I remember, by the way, the only thing I do, I sign. The only thing I do, I sign. I only question what is written. Are you sure, Mr. Ngwenya? I must sign this. He says yes, and I sign. So what do I do? Okay, let's continue. I really appreciate you guys. I really appreciate you. I think with your assistance and understanding, and sometimes upsetting my polling, we are really starting to see the impact. When I joined the agency, I think we were 7.8 million in the red, and I froze recruitments for a whole 3 years, and you guys were working tirelessly and without even showing that we were short in the office. I think now we have the liberty to be able to hire again, and you'll probably get your leave days. And probably I'll talk to the board for some treats as well. I will, definitely I will. And look where we are now, guys. Look where we are. And I've always said to the team in the office that from ESPPRA as a regulator, I want to see them working for the World Bank. I want to see them working for AFDB. I want to see them going international. Because these guys are that type of quality. From my side now, in closing, may I please apologize for any statement, any word that I used that didn't sit well with you. I was trying to just try and chair the meeting. If it happened, I'm really sorry about that. And if you are honest enough, so that next time I chair the meeting, I don't repeat it. So I wouldn't want to be a repeat offender, keep offending you over and over. And also, I'd love to thank our board for allowing us to take this meeting on and allowing us to be Mr. Hadebes controlling this fast-flowing traffic. They said go ahead, and you have our support on that. We just only hope this is the beginning of good things. I still don't recall his response when I asked if we are having medicines in the shelves next week. But I think he responded. I'll try to look at the YouTube video. At this juncture, thank you so much. I think we get where we close the meeting. And thank you for working with me through lunch. I know. I eat my lunch at 12:30. So by now, I'm just sitting like that because these guys in the stomach are talking that you're way past your lunchtime. And thank you for sitting with me through the whole time. May I request Ms. Sifunza, who took us to the Lord, to take us back. Or did she take us there or which? Yeah, but yeah, who communicated to the Lord to also communicate again that we are done now. And maybe also bless the food for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. But before I pray, ladies and gentlemen, please take this with you when you go to the restaurant for run. So I think they will use it just to confirm your order. So please don't forget it. Okay. And shall we pray? Siyabonga Baba Flengcwele, siyabonga kwethembeka kwakho, sibonga nebukhona bakho, because Lord, the way the session Maluslengcwele ihambe ngakhona, the unity of God lebe ikhona, it's testimony that you were among us. Father, we just want to glorify you for that, oh God, because Lord, we did invite you, sisawuqala lo mhlangano, and you didn't let us down. You were here and you led us through. Father, we pray that as this is at our phuma kulo mhlangano, Father, give us the wisdom that whatever we discussed in this session, oh God, singakushiyela kule conference room, oh Father, but sihambe nako sibuyele nako back into our offices, back into our companies, and implement Maluslengcwele so that we can see the fruits of the session that we had here today, oh God, so that the next time, oh God, we gather in such this manner, we are able to look back and say, this is where we were the previous time, and now this is where we are, and we are forging forward. Father, we pray that as this is at our Puma Sehamba, protect us, oh God. Sifike emakhaya siphilile. Father, also bless the food, oh God. Let's long in the mighty name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Amen.